Good morning and a warm welcome to all delegates, speakers, and audience present today in the R.I.S.E conference that stands for Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence, the Madhya Pradesh edition. I am Ashwini, a research analyst at QS IGAUGE. I will be the event moderator today. To initiate the today's conference, I invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director, QS for Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, and CEO of QS IGAUGE, to give the welcome address.
Thank you so much, Ashwini, and a very good morning and a warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers, and audience present with us today for the fourth edition of R.I.S.E in the state of Madhya Pradesh. R.I.S.E, which is first of its kind initiative promoting excellence and quality at a state level. As my colleague mentioned, R.I.S.E stands for Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence. It is time to read the normal, and it is organized by QS iGauge, India's premier independent education rating agency, and co-hosted by two institutions in specific states of India. Today's edition, Madhya Pradesh, is co-hosted by two promising institutions, Jagran Lake City University and Oriental University. First and foremost, thanks and appreciation to the leaders that are creating change at these universities. So Mr. Abhishek Mohan Gupta, the Pro-Chancellor at Jagran Lake City University, and Dr. Dhruva Ghai, Pro-Vice Chancellor at Oriental University, for their support towards this event. My deepest appreciation. So this is part of the first season of R.I.S.E, which covers North India. And today is the fourth edition of R.I.S.E here in MP. We will be continuing to two more states and territories of India during the season. So please watch out our website, igauge.in or rise.igauge.in for further updates and more information. As I've said at all the previous R.I.S.E events, R.I.S.E is not a conference. It is a quality and excellence movement in India. We want to bring back the glory days of Indian higher education, being the knowledge capital of the world. This is definitely not possible without the involvement of every stakeholder in every state. As always known, quality and excellence are conjoined twins. They go together and become a habit than an act. What we repeatedly do is what we are, and excellence should become part of our DNA. And that's what we want to promote at this event, is strive for excellence and quality right at the state level. Today, as we embark on promoting excellence and quality in the state of MP, we have seen that the last year and a half have brought innumerable webinars, virtual events, conferences. So we want to go beyond this, and hence this unique event has been designed. Today's platform brings together education leaders from MP to connect with their peer groups, not only to discuss, but also as to introspect on what they're currently doing and what is the way forward. Definitely keeping in mind the benefit of current and future trends. When we talk of Madhya Pradesh, it is one of the major states in India with the student population rising rapidly from the past decade. The education sector aspires to embrace internationalization, globalization, definitely rely on the interrelationship of this, particularly in higher education collaboration with world-class institutions. We've seen faculty exchanges, centers of excellence on both research and development taking place in MP. Young institutions like Jagran Lake City University and Oriental University are amongst the few institutions which are inspiring change and coming forward to actively undertake quality assessment and accreditation of their education system and delivery practices. I would like to congratulate Jagran Lake City University for recently completing a comprehensive and rigorous audit from QS iGauge, which awarded them a diamond status, becoming MP's first university to do so. This is a bold statement to stakeholders that they take quality very seriously. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, today's session is so apt to ignite the desire, the passion to fuel the patriotic spirit to see India become a global higher education destination. This can only happen one state at a time and one institution at a time. I'm glad you're all here today, and I'm very excited to welcome all of you. And I suppose with one mission, the mission to undertake reassurance and assessment of your institution to take it on a global level, on a national and global level, looking at rankings, ratings, and other accreditation. And do not forget, QS IGAUGE is your partner in this journey. So stay tuned today for the insightful keynote speeches, interesting panel discussions, and exciting higher education debate. So without further delay, let us proceed with today's sessions of Impact Talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin, for the welcome address. Now, I invite our next speaker, Mr. Abhishek Gupta from our co host institution, Jagan Lake City University. He is the Pro Chancellor of Jagan Lake City University and has been appointed as a founding chairman of FICCI Young Leader Forum in Madhya Pradesh. He has an undergraduate degree from Leeds Metropolitan University, UK, and an MBA from RMIT, Melbourne. Mr. Abhishek Gupta has completed his Harvard Presidential Leadership Program from Harvard Graduate School of Education, Harvard University. He was conferred with the honor Edupreneur of the Year 2020 at the National Summit on Women and Education Empowerment. Welcome, sir.
Um, Thank you, Ashwini. Um, Good morning, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director, MENA and South Asia QS Limited, Dr. Dhruva Ghai, Pro Vice Chancellor, Oriental University, Dr. Sandeep Shastri, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, my colleagues at JLU, distinguished delegates attending the conference both physically and online. Welcome to R.I.S.E 2021 Madhya Pradesh edition presented by QS IGAUGE and co-hosted by Jagran Lake City University and Oriental University. It is indeed a special honor to welcome you all on this mind-simulating discussion. So today's discussion is about redefining institutional strategy for excellence. It is an important area, especially in such testing times where every day presents itself with a new challenge. In this third decade of the 21st century, higher education has both become fascinating with newer opportunities to leverage and exciting challenges to meet. At JLU, our values are the four pillars on which our university stands and have always been at the center of everything we do. These pillars have been our source of inspiration, pushing us to achieve higher accomplishments and always aim for excellence in whatever we do. To achieve these goals, we are constantly looking at innovative, student-centric strategies to help us accomplish the mission and vision we have given ourselves. With a deep, abiding commitment to offer skill-based interdisciplinary degree programs and provide quality teaching, learning, and research that aim societal transformation, we at JLU, in partnership with QS IGAUGE, have constantly endeavored to innovate. Jagran Lake City University has been ranked the #1 private university of Madhya Pradesh since its inception in 2013, and have recently also become the first university in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and among the top 25 universities in India to secure the prestigious diamond rating in the QS IGAUGE rating 21, which is both an acknowledgement of our efforts in these past 8 years, as well as the commitment to pushing the goal of our achievement to even a higher level. The deliberation of today's conference are another step in this direction. Our focus on benchmarking quality standards with an international vision and a national outlook reflects the choice of themes of discussion in today's conference. Through our efforts at Jagran Lake City University, we are sure that both state and of Madhya Pradesh and the region of Central India will emerge as an international education hub of choice. The masterclass theme of our faculty, which our faculty will lead, indicates the area the university wishes to focus in its quest to become a formidable destination of non-STEM education in Central India. While one of our masterclass focuses on mental health in the light of the pandemic, the other look at the research agenda for 21st century. I once again welcome you all to this conference. I hope this deliberation would be truly enriching, academically stimulating, and valuable for the participants and those keen on improving higher education standards. Thank you all for patiently listening to me, and I wish that everyone attending today has an enriching day ahead full of new learnings and strategies. Thank you once again to QS IGAUGE for giving Jagran Lake City University an opportunity to co-host RISE 21 Madhya Pradesh edition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Now I invite Dr. Dhruvagai from our host institution, Oriental University. Dr. Dhruvagai is currently working as a Pro Vice Chancellor at Oriental University, Indore. His qualification includes a PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from the University of North Texas, USA, MTech in VLSI Design and Microelectronics from SDSITS Indore. He is an associate editor of IEEE Consumer Electronic Magazine and specialized in the field of information technology, data integration, and data development and testing of application. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Ashwini. Very good morning to everyone. A hearty good morning to all. I am Dhruv Ghai, Pro Vice Chancellor at Oriental University, Indore. I would like to welcome all the delegates to the QS IGAUGE RISE, that is Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence conference. After a series of successful conferences at Punjab, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan, we are now here for the Madhya Pradesh edition. I thank QS IGAUGE, specifically Dr. Ashwin Fernandes, CEO IGAUGE, for giving Oriental University Indore and Jagran Lake University an opportunity to co-host this conference. I have watched the YouTube videos of previous editions and have found really good ideas being shared by some earnest speakers. I look forward to a similar interaction in the MP edition. We have a great lineup of distinguished speakers. We have Mr. Abhishek Gupta, that is Pro-Chancellor of Jagran Lake University, who just gave his welcome speech. We have, followed by my speech, we have the first keynote speech by Dr. Selvan D. on brand building and quality standards. Dr. Selvan is the Vice President HR of Capgemini. So I would like to welcome you, sir. Followed by this, we have the panel discussion on benchmark internationally and implement locally. We have some very great speakers, participants in this as well. So I would like to welcome all of them as well. Dr. Christian Hertfer is the President of Department of Government and Society, UAE National University. We have Mr. S. Nagarjuna, Executive Vice President, Wipro Technologies. We have Dr. Aditya Bilore from IIM Indore. Mr. Saikaran Chanda, the CEO of Typeset. This session is going to be moderated by Dr. Sandeep Shastri. He is the Vice Chancellor of Jagran Lake City University. This is going to be followed by the second keynote speech, that is Accelerating Applied Research as a Way of Improving Purposive Higher Education in Developing Countries, by Dr. Rahul Banerjee, who's the Director of the LNM Institute of Information Technology. So I would like to welcome you, Dr. Banerjee, to this platform. This is followed by the higher education debate on many Indian institutions are on par with global standards, but rankings cannot measure it. Again, we have some very nice speakers here. I would like to welcome all of them. That is Dr. KG Suresh, Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi National Media and Journalism University, and Dr. Amita Mahor from, he's the Director of Oriental College of Technology, Bhopal. Against the motion, we have Dr. Harish Ramaswamy. He is the Vice Chancellor of Raichur University. I would like to welcome you, sir. And I will also be a participant in the higher education debate. This session will be moderated by Dr. Divanshu Srivastav. We have, followed by this, we have the panel presentations on the topic Madhya Pradesh as an international education hub by Dr. Divakar Shukla. He's a professor at Jagran State University, and another speaker, Professor Prashant Salvan. He's a professor at IIM Indore. We have expert presentations by Mr. Sachin Kumar, Associate Director, Client Relations, QS IGAUGE, and followed by master classes, two master classes, one on mental health and pandemic, and the other on research agenda for 21st century. So I would like to welcome all the speakers. So we have an exciting day ahead of us, keynote speeches followed by exciting panel discussions, debates, panel presentations, expert presentations, and master classes to really get you thinking. I would also like to mention here that all the private universities of Madhya Pradesh are extremely happy with the initiative of QS to introduce the ratings framework, that is QS IGAUGE. QS mainly deals in world rankings, but the rating system has been introduced, has given us an insight into how international rankings work, which gives us guidance into how we could also grow in the right direction and hope to reach for world rankings someday. The situation of higher education in India needs to be looked at seriously. Every year, there is news of engineering colleges shutting down across the country. Very few Indian institutes make it to global rankings. Universities need to adopt a differentiation strategy where each university in the state focuses all of its strength in a specific area or a discipline. That way, each university gets to be the best at something, striving for excellence, and reaching out for global rankings. This will also reduce the intense competition among universities, which are competing for the same piece of the pie, that is for admissions, leading to price wars and struggle for survival. This must be a conscious decision where we choose to be great instead of big. I believe that the subject ratings introduced by QS iGauge is an effort in this direction. The pandemic has forced higher education institutions to operate online during the lockdown and in a blended mode after the unlock has happened. It was tough initially as many employers and employees were not used to the work from home culture. But as time passed, we have adapted, learned to appreciate the online way of working, teaching, and the remote way of monitoring systems in the organization. Some of the systems created during lockdown will continue to be part of everyday working now. It only means that change is good. As life returns to normal after the pandemic, it is time to strategize for new possibilities. Conferences such as this provide a valuable opportunity for educationists, industry specialists, decision makers to share their experiences. I am grateful to the many experts who have come to share their knowledge today. I also welcome the many delegates from various universities and colleges who have joined us on this platform. I am sure you will have a fruitful and rewarding exchange in the next couple of hours. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. I thank QS iGauge once again for considering Oriental University Indore as a co-host and giving us the opportunity to co-host this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us and introducing the entire flow of what we have going to cover in this session. This gives us our audience an insight in what is lined up for today for them. Thank you, sir. Now it's a time for our first keynote address on brand building and quality standards by Dr. Selvendi. Dr. Selvetti is the Vice President, HR in Capgemini and specialized in the areas of business, strategy, innovation, digital HR, and leadership development. He holds a master's degree in management from IIM Ahmedabad. For the last 34 years has been he is in the IT industry with a varied exposure. Welcome, Dr. Selvendi. We are looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you, Madam Ashwini, for the nice introduction. And I want to personally thank Dr. Sandeep Shastri, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, for inviting me for this particular session, because this is an area which I'm very passionate about. And I also want to thank all the dignitaries who have come today, graced this occasion, and the participants of this particular session for listening to my session. So when this topic was told to me, brand building and quality standards, I was thinking like, what a great topic this is, because brand basically is nothing but what you can recall and what you can associate. So there are two components of brand, which are what is called as the recall value and the association value. So when you talk about, let's say, Toyota for a brand, then immediately you're able to recall it, saying that, no, oh yeah, I know Toyota as a brand. Second thing is that you're able to associate it with a quality car manufacturing. So both components, whether you are able to recall is also important for a brand, and at the same time, whether you are able to associate it with what. I think those two components are very, very important for the brand. And both are to do with the customer's mind. The same goes with quality. Quality is nothing but what is defined by the customer. So when these two are combined together, it actually creates a sort of superpower. When you're able to associate your brand with quality, because that's the backbone of really the brand. So I thought it's a great topic on which I can share a few thoughts and set the context for the sessions today. I'm sure there are wonderful speakers who are going to be elaborating, getting deeper into this particular topic. So let me start by sharing with you that how does the corporate scenario look like when it comes to brand. Okay, so if you look at the global large corporations in terms of market value, you will see that these are the 10 largest organizations in the world today. And then there is a brand value which is also measured, which is basically on the asset side. They define what is the brand value of these organizations, and therefore it's a notional value which basically says how how the stakeholders are looking at this particular company's future. That's the brand value that they are looking at. You see that there are four common names here. So Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, who have a very high value, they are among the top net, I would say, market value sort of organizations worldwide. That definitely shows that the brand value has something to do with the size, the sort of recognition that you get, where you are positioned, what is your standing, all of that. The brand has a direct impact on the particular organization's credibility in the marketplace. So that's a good starting point for us to say that, yes, I think indeed brand is very, very important for us. But you will also see that there are 6 other organizations where the brand value is not possibly directly contributing, or you will see 6 other organizations who are among the top, but their brand value is lower. So that says that there are much beyond the brand. So you cannot be only saying that, no, I will focus on creating a good brand value, automatically I'll become a world leader. I don't think that's going to work. So there are many, many other things which are there beyond the brand that are going to be contributing to the success of a particular organization. The Indian scenario, if I go to the next slide and if I look at how the Indian scenario is looking like, it's not very different. In fact, there are 5 brands which have high brand value, which are there in the top 10 organizations. The top 10 organizations are there on the left side. And obviously the brand value of Tata, Reliance, Infosys, SBI. So these are very, very high. And they contribute directly towards the market value of the top 10 organizations. Therefore, what we are seeing is that indeed brand does contribute even in the Indian context. It is not that only internationally it matters, but even in the Indian context, the recall, the association, I think is very, very important. The moment you say Infosys, they are able to recall immediately, yeah, I can make out what Infosys is. I have seen it. The second is that, yeah, it's a great IT services organization. SBI, same way, is a bank, and therefore they have the largest network of banks. So people are able to associate, and therefore there is a pull value that is created through this particular brand, which ensures that the market capitalization of these companies are significant and their standing in the market is really good. Now, while this is there on the corporate side, which I am very, very familiar with because of my long association on the corporate side, I've been also associated on the academia, supporting many of the higher education institutions. And I thought it's important for me to share a framework which might be useful for us in the academia and say that how will this translate in the academia. So I'm going to the next slide. Now, this is what I would call as the brand quality framework. It has 2 axes. One is the core value, what the university is trying to provide. The y-axis is the differentiated value that a university is trying to provide. And there are 3 levels: low, medium, and high, low, medium, and high for both of them. So when you take, let's say, a core value, what a university stands for, it might be the type of faculty that you have, the quality of the faculty that you have, the curriculum that you have, the pedagogy that you might be using, so the placement. So what is the core value that a university should really deliver to its customers. That is defined on the x-axis. Now, if you go to the customers and ask them on these parameters, let's say on a 7-point scale, you will be able to get where your institute is seen in the eyes of the customer. So it's a survey which you have to do on the core values and say that, okay, I think our customers are seeing us in the medium, or are they seeing it as in the high segment? So where is it that they are positioning it? Based on a 7-point scale, you can always do a survey on this. Similarly, there are some differentiated values that a institution or a university can always bring to its customers. I mentioned some of them, need not be that these are the only ones. This is where the conference, I feel, should be deliberating on this framework and saying that what are the actual differentiated values that we are trying to give to our customers. So it can be global faculty, for example, who are coming and teaching in your institute. So that's a differentiated value, because our faculty are excellent. There is nothing to worry about it, but that's a core value that's on the x-axis. But when you bring in international faculty, they might bring in a lot of other new facets, which might be their global exposure, the cross-cultural aspects, and many other things. That's a differentiated value. So it's not really the core value. Similarly, labs will be there in the core value, but if you're having advanced labs, let's say you have a nanotechnology lab, which is one of its kind in the country, then that's a differentiated value that you're giving to the customer. So that are there on the y-axis. Similarly, you can do a survey among your customers in terms of the differentiated value, what they are seeing us as. The moment you have this on this particular 3x3 matrix, it is easy for us to position each of the universities. Now, why this is important? Because unless we know where we are, we cannot say that we can go ahead in our journey. So the baselining exercise is very, very important. So this particular exercise, which shows where each of the higher education institutes are on this 3x3 matrix, is very, very important from a starting point for any institute to tell how do you progress into something better than where you are. And there are bubbles which are mentioned or put in this particular 3x3 matrix, and the size of the bubble indicates what might be the average of the rating or the rankings that you have got as an institute. Let's say there are multiple surveys, and if you've got in one of them 3, in one of them 2, in one of them 1, then you put your average as 2, and therefore your ranking will be 2, and the size of the bubble indicates what the rank is. So it's a visually appealing sort of a framework where at one glance you are able to see why some of these universities are possibly in some particular place in the minds of the customer. And it's not necessary that you have to be high in both to be ranked very high. That's something that you need to be very clear. You can be very good in the core. You might not have to be differentiated so much. Still, you will get very high ranking, because as long as you deliver the core, you will be able to get the ranking. But if you don't deliver the core only, and if you're going to be only focusing on differentiated, then you are unlikely that you will get a very high ranking. So all those sort of nuances of how this whole thing turns out to be will be visually seen in this particular chart in front of you. And therefore it says relatively where each one is standing. Now, the moment you have this, then depending on where you are on this particular chart, whether you are in the yellow or whether you are in the orange or green, different strategies have to be put in place. Those are the 4 strategies which I have mentioned. If you're in the green, then your job as an institute is to preserve your brand, because you are seen as providing high core value to the customers, high differentiated value, and your ranking is also good. So it is important for you to appreciate that I think I'm seen extremely well. Let me preserve my ranking. So the whole the game plan is around preserving. Just to give you an example, globally, this happens in the corporate world also. Coca-Cola, for example, whose brand value is very high, all their efforts on branding is on preserving they don't want to change anything. Okay, the Coca-Cola, the component has not been changed. It's the same thing that they have been selling, and it is the same brand what they have been using for so many years. So they have not changed the brand also. But what they are trying to do is preserve that brand in the eyes of the customer. So that strategy is called preserving. What all you do to preserve that particular brand. Similarly, you will have a strategy on how do you want to develop your brand. And if you're really in the low category, then you have to rethink like what is wrong. Okay, you have to rethink your entire strategy on your brand, saying that I don't think the customer is seeing us of providing much value in this particular area, and therefore you have to completely go to the drawing board and rethink on this strategy. Now, this is a very interesting framework which I think can be used during the course of today's various discussions. And if collectively you are all able to come up with something like that, like this particular framework, and then take the next steps, I think it'll pave the way for, I would say, a systematic way of improving your brand in the eyes of the customer, and at the same time focusing on the quality, because the moment you start moving better on the core value or on the differentiated value, what you are doing is improving the quality of your services. So this will ensure that what you deliver as quality is also very high, and at the same time your brand is also perceived very well. And I would say that the parameters, what is mentioned in core and differentiated, you might want to collectively discuss, debate, and arrive at something which is what all of you agree. But my suggestion would be that focus on how the customer is perceiving. The customer can be the student, it can be the parent, it can be the faculty, it can be the management. So all of them can be different customers, but how they perceive rather than what we do internally. I think it's more outside in as the framework which has to be used when you want to position your brand in the eyes of the customers as a good quality sort of positioning. And that is very, very important. With those few comments basically saying that brand is important, quality is important, customer is the focus, and do a baselining. Once you do the baselining and see where you stand, then you embark on your journey of improvement. So with that, I want to wish the conference, today's proceedings, the very best. And I'm sure all of you will have very, very fruitful discussions today. I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for giving me this opportunity, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Selvendi, for sharing a valuable insights with us. Now, we have an esteemed group of speakers coming together for the next session, which is the panel discussion on the topic Benchmark Internationally, Implement Locally. I will invite Dr. Sandeep Shastri, who is the Vice Chancellor in Jargon Lake City University. Dr. Sandeep Shastri prefers to describe himself as a teacher by nature, researcher by choice, trainer by passion, and a lifelong learner. And he did research in the field of federalism, political institution and processes. Also a political commentator who appears frequently on television, and he is a featured election analyst on Indian Today TV. Now I request you to introduce the speaker and moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashwini ji, for that very warm introduction. Welcome to each one participating in this very, very exciting conference. In the next 60 minutes, we are going to have a very distinguished panel which will dialogue on this theme, benchmark internationally, implement locally. Let me quickly take a minute to introduce the panel who is going to be with me. We have Professor Aditya Bilore, who is at the Indian Institute of Management. He is a fellow of the IIM Indore. He also holds a MTech degree in microelectronics and VLSI design. And Dr. Bilore's work has been related to advertising in the new media and experimental research in experimental design in marketing. Welcome, Professor Aditya, to this panel, and we are indeed privileged to have you with us this morning. Our second panelist today is Mr. Sai Karan, who is a serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and speaker who has aggressively worked on transforming the way research is written and disseminated. Due to his leadership, the company that he leads, Typeset, has already become one of the largest platforms where researchers write 55,000 plus new unique research papers in a month. Welcome, Sai Kiranji, to this panel discussion, and I'm sure the audience would greatly benefit from your useful insights. Our third panelist is Mr. Nagarjuna, the Vice President of Wipro Technologies. Mr. Nagarjuna is one of the leading heads at Wipro Technology who has had diverse responsibilities during his long career at Wipro. I must also add that Nagarjuna is ideally suited for today's discussion because he saddles both the corporate world as well as the academic world. He has a deep interest in the academia. He led Mission 10X of Wipro, which was a leading academic initiative of Wipro. Most importantly, Nagarjuna is also pursuing his doctoral research on a theme which I think is relevant for today's session also. He is looking at the impact of ancient Indian wisdom on the leadership style of CEOs of Indian origin. Welcome, Nagarjuna, to this panel discussion. We are truly privileged to have you with us this morning. Our last panelist in this session is Professor Christian Harper, who is a professor of sociology at the UAE University. Dr. Christian Harper has a long and distinguished academic career, having worked at Vienna and also worked in the United Kingdom. Dr. Harper is currently the president of the World Values Survey Association. He is one of the distinguished members of the Global Barometer Survey, and he also leads the Eurasia Barometer in that region. Welcome, Christian, and we look forward to hearing your views on this very, very important theme. Friends, discussing the benchmarking internationally and implementing locally is, I think, something that the 21st century in this third decade is very, very keenly watching. This statement has been stated in different ways by different people. I've heard some people say, think globally, act locally. I have also heard people coin a new phrase, which is glocalization. Glocalization which combines globalization and localization. How are we organizing our panel today? All of us have had a unanimous decision on this. Each of the four panelists will take 5 or 6 minutes to basically frame the critical arguments that they would like to make on the issue. And then we will open up a discussion among the four panelists on the theme. So let me begin with Dr. Aditya Billore. Dr. Aditya, in the next 5-6 minutes, could you brief the audience how you approach this theme of benchmark internationally and implement locally?
A very good morning, Dr. Sandeep. Thank you for the introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this panel. A very good morning to Mr. Sai Kiran, Mr. Nagarjun, Dr. Christian. Regarding the topic, which is extremely relevant, benchmarking internationally and implementing locally, my approach towards this topic, or what I have seen as an educational institution, I work for Indian Institute of Management Indore. I have been a part of coordinator of accreditation process at this institute as well. we have done this process, and also we talk about this process in class. Being faculty members of business management, we always keep talking about benchmarking yourself, benchmarking organizations, institutions, and individuals as well. So what I understand from it is, this is a process which actually is of self-reflection, self-evaluation, comparing yourself with the standards with either your competitors, your contemporaries have set. So this is how I see this particular process of benchmarking. But at the same time, the second part of the topic which has been given to us, implement locally, that becomes extremely important, because ultimately every business, every organization, every institution, or every individual works in a context. And if the implementation of benchmarking exercise is not contextually relevant, then probably it is just copying what others are doing. So rather than copying it, if I implement it based on my own contextual relevance, probably it would make more sense for all the stakeholders. Now, thus, it means I understand the external world, I try understanding the internal processes, and at the same time, I try to bridge what I have understood from the external world into my process or into my organization internally. So this is how I see it, and therefore, I think that there are 3 or 4 points which one must remember while doing this benchmarking process. The very first thing is, why am I doing this? What is the objective of this benchmarking process? What will this process lead to for me as an individual, as an organization? And when I talk about an educational institution, probably I also see it at 2 levels or 3 levels probably. One is at the institute level, the department level, and individual level. So these are the 3 levels where I see benchmarking happening. So the very first point, why am I doing this? What are the objectives? Second point, which I look at is, so where is the data? With whom am I benchmarking? What kind of standards I'm trying to compare myself with? Is it the one who is my competitor? Is it the one whom I aspire to become? Is it the one who actually may become my competitor in future? So where is the data? How will I collect it? Who will be responsible for this? Third, the analysis. Once I get all the data, I have to do the analysis of this data, and the analysis should be done from the lens of my contextual relevance. And that is where I think implement locally starts coming in picture. However, in the previous processes also, I must use this lens. But yeah, while doing the analysis, in order to create an implementation plan, it is extremely important to identify the data which actually is helpful for me in innovating my processes, my curriculum, my research, etc. And then the most challenging part starts, which is change management. Because once you benchmark yourself, you start bringing in all those things which actually may make a difference in your processes, etc. Change management or managing change, getting a buy-in from all the stakeholders is something which is important. Last, or what I can say is that the next process is maintenance. So I should keep benchmarking myself, because it is something which is very dynamic in nature. The world is changing. And in order to stay at a particular quality level or go beyond it, I must keep on doing this exercise again and again. So I see it as a cyclic exercise with all these points. I think that is what I would like to say at this point of time. Thank you very much.
You have set the tone for this discussion by those very, very focused points that you made. May I now move to Professor Christian Harper? Professor Christian, based on all your international experience, How, and of course, being a very close friend of India, having visited this country on a few occasions, how would you look at the whole question of benchmarking internationally and implementing locally?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep, and thank you for this kind invitation for this prestigious event. I have experience of benchmarking in the UK, in Europe, in Austria, now in the Emirates. So my estimation is that we are more and more looking, like Coca-Cola or other businesses, on our index. So we are all looking, what is our age index, what is our I-10 index, what is our index of citation in Google Scholar and also in Scopus, etc. So we, all academics, we become like business leaders, looking where is my graph going up, going down, and so on. So we are like a watch which is measuring your blood pressure, we're measuring our indices. And these indices have more and more impact on our career, on our income, our salary, our promotion. So in a way, this benchmarking is a quantification of our performance, and it makes it comparative. So we can compare our performance with the performance of the other members of the department, of the college, of the whole university, etc. So from this point of view, we have a process of quantification, which is very clear. And if you look at performance reviews like the R.I.S.E in Britain, we can see that not only are we looking at age index and I-10 index and citation index, we look also at impact. What is the impact of our research? What is the impact of our work? And we have to prove that we have an impact in Britain in order to get promoted. So this is the global comparability of our sector of academia. And what I noticed in Britain and also Europe and also in Emirates is a change of our publications. We have, if you in Britain write a book does not count for your performance. If you write a book chapter, it does not count. So a book or a book chapter becomes a hobby. It does not count. You need an article in a Scopus journal. Everything else is not relevant. So we have to consider in the local implementation, how do we consider local traditions of writing a big book, a magnum opus. If it doesn't count, then the young scholars and other scholars will not write it. They have to produce a Scopus article every year in order to stay in the game. So that's the end of books. That's the end of book chapters. But if there's a local tradition in India, in France, of having books, of having book chapters, then this has to be adapted. We need some weighting. Also, in different disciplines, we have different articles. If I write in public health, I have 8 co-authors and we have 10 pages. If I write in sociology, I'm the only author or there are 2 authors. If I write in physics, I write 5 pages and that's it. So the length of the article and the number of authors is linked with the tradition of my discipline. So we have to make sure that this has to be taken into account and that we don't use the international measurement from physics for philosophy, for sociology, for anthropology. So these are the local challenges of global comparison. So we have, on the one hand, this global figure like a GDP per capita, the Scopus index. We have the ranking from Times Higher and so on. But we should have a local weighting, a local consideration to make it more realistic and not just a plain figure which is used globally. This would be my first assessment of this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christian, for that very, very lucid and very, very succinct explanation of how you look at benchmarking internationally and implementing locally. I would now like to move to Nagarjuna. Nagarjuna, as somebody from the corporate world, but with a lot of experience about academia, how would you look at this whole benchmarking internationally and implementing locally?
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, for inviting me.
Nagarjuna, you are muted. You may have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
No.
Sandeep, can you hear me? I'm unmuted. Sandeep, can you hear me?
यहाँ पे नहीं आ रहा है कि कहीं पे?
Your voice is very low. You have to put up the volume.
Can you hear me, Sandeep? Hello? Can you hear me?
Nagarjuna, the volume is very low. We are not able to hear what you are saying.
I'm speaking out loud. Sandeep, can you hear me?
It's much better now. It's much better now. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry for that. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, for inviting me for this program, and the organizers for organizing this program. Very good morning, everyone. And I hope all of you are doing well amidst this pandemic. And we are all really lucky ones in this scenario where we are able to actually be part of such an event which has people from different parts of the country and even world, like Professor who is joined from outside, and I'm sure many more are there. So I think this is, and we are also able to debate something intellectually. So coming to benchmarking, I want to give a little perspective on, someone sent recently a social media image of a house, right? What we think about a house ourselves is very different from probably somebody like what buyer thinks about it. Buyer thinks that to negotiate, the person thinks that it doesn't have many things what he or she wants. And the bankers think that this house is not worth actually giving any loan, right? And the insurance evaluators will think that that's a house which is probably in Siberia deserts, right? Which doesn't have anything actually in it, and it actually is almost equivalent to nothing, right? And probably the tax once like the municipality or corporation, they think that this house is a mansion and it should be really charged heavily. So the perspective of the same house is very different from each of us. What actually depending on what they are looking at, right? From that angle, if you look at, there's always this saying that if you compete with yourself, you are better off. If you compete with others, you are bitter. There is always that feeling of discomfort whenever you do competing with others. And Dr. Aditya spoke about benchmarking in a very detailed way. So we all know that that's a challenge. So in this scenario, what is the best thing to do, and what are the opportunities with us? So most of us know Thomas Friedman spoke about world is flat, it's one market. So I think there is no more separation between different countries and the kind of opportunities, and especially things like pandemic have really shown that, when pandemic hits in China, everybody was thinking that it is isolated, but I think the whole world got impacted with that. It has actually proven more that anything which happens, it is actually across the world. The world is truly flat. So in this scenario, maybe I can give a little example from my personal experience. I run various initiatives as part of one of the top IT services companies, where our company Wipro is in more than 60 countries, more than 200 cities. We have our offices, and 100 nationalities are there in our employee stream. So it's a very truly global company. And I run the global delivery centers as one of my responsibilities. And when you actually look at each country is unique, it has its own culture and various dimensions. Now, how do you actually bring, when you have so many varieties, one Wipro across? It is always a challenge. So you have to necessarily bring some common benchmarks, bring some kind of standards. So we use typically the ISO standards, which are relevant for the business. Capability maturity models. Some of the universities like Carnegie Mellon have created some capability maturity models, which we use for software services delivery. And we also give help to respective centers on the self-assessment and also on the external benchmarking, so that they are able to manage and see how they are actually in terms of faring with respect to other centers. And we also give them help in terms of the interlinking between the inputs and outputs and process. So that's how actually the centers are managed for higher performance continuously. So they look at their own themselves as well as how do they do with respect to others. And we also regularly compare it with what's happening with the rest of the industry. Right. So that's what I have seen personally across the centers, and it always makes a difference when actually they start looking at themselves as well as the larger perspective. What is benchmarking? Why benchmarking? I'm sure you have panelists, some of them have already covered it, and there's enough on the internet, so I'm not going to take time on that front. But I do want to bring one perspective from the Indian angle. Harvard Business Review has recently released a survey on the best performing CEOs across the globe, and 3 out of top 10 are Indian origin. Shantanu Narayan, who runs Adobe as a CEO, has stood as number 6. Ajay Banga, who runs MasterCard, has again in the top 10. And Satya Nadella, most of you would be familiar with him as well as Microsoft chairman and CEO. So these 3 top ones are there out of 10, which is not an easy thing. And if you just look at their academic career, all of them have done at least their undergraduation in India. Right, Shantanu Narayan did in Usmania University in Hyderabad, his electronics and communication engineering. Mr. Banga did economics from St. Stephen's College in Delhi University. And Satya Nadella, some of you might be aware already that he did his electrical engineering from Manipal Institute of Technology in Karnataka. So if you look at all of them have studied in the same very scenarios. But if you look at, are we there in the ranking list, in the global list, what some of the panelists spoke about? We are not. And maybe very rarely you will find actually in the top 200, 1 or 2 coming up. So is that the right thing? Is that the wrong thing? Or what is that we should do? That's one point which I think we should continuously think through. But I think we have the wherewithal on what is required. And it is not just now, but I think we have the history of thousands of years. As Dr. Sandeep said, I have this interest on why we are not leveraging on our past from my experience and research angle. So more than 3,000 years ago, we had the first universities in the world, Nalanda and Takshila, which were running in India. And there are more than 16 of them, which at least archaeology has found that there is so much of work which was done at that time. And it's I think in our mind on how do we revoke ourselves and be the best in what we are doing, and start looking at recreating the history with our work, benchmark with the best, but create, I think more importantly, create new benchmarks for others to follow. I think as Rabindranath Tagore said, find the purpose of why that institution is there, and the rest will follow. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Sandeep.
Thank you, Nagarjuna, for that, again, very, very effective way of making the point, bringing in your corporate and global experience also. Let me now move to our last panelist in this session, Sai Kiranji. Sai Kiranji, as you have aggressively worked in transforming the way research is written and disseminated, would you like to link that to this whole debate on benchmarking internationally and implementing locally?
Good morning to all the viewers, and thanks for the kind words, Dr. Shastri. Yes, of course. So I would want to bring all the learnings and experience that I've had in the research community and the research space, specifically from the point of view of research creation and dissemination, right? So one of the main things that I wanted to actually emphasize today or bring in today is that the research distribution or consumption as we see today is fundamentally changing. And what I mean by that, one of the things in pandemic, what really happened is that every research paper about COVID-19 is free to consume. Every research paper. And that's because there is increased pressure from the funders and also from the universities because the research is created at that hubs. So now this big movement of open access is actually disrupting the way research is being disseminated now. Now, what can we do about it? How can universities play a role specifically in leveraging this open access movement and benchmark themselves, the institutions in India across global, and how can they actually compete and improve the metrics that we are looking at? So to actually do that, I wanted to first talk about the way the consumption is happening today. Every research paper that's being consumed by any researcher across the world, the two biggest gateways to them are one is Google and Google Scholar. We already know about it. 85% of consumption happens by these two biggest platforms, and predominantly they tell which researcher is going to read what. Not completely, but partly around 80 to 90% of their behavior depends on the search results. So in this kind of environment, how can universities actually market themselves from the perspective of research? What I mean by market is how can the universities share their research contributions? And knowledge distribution is one of the fundamental responsibilities of the institutions globally. Now, I would want to share few very specific tactics that institutions could actually implement locally in India, and they can actually get a global exposure and eventually drive metrics of research consumption. So when I talk about open access movement, what I really mean is that every research paper produced would eventually get consumed for free without actually paying those hundreds and thousands of dollars to access one article. And what I mean by this is exactly what I call as research accessibility problem. So a lot of people across the world are not able to consume or access the papers because they don't have right funds to do that, or the institutions affiliated don't have the subscriptions to those journals. And the second part is research visibility. What I mean by visibility is that, as I mentioned, how can you ensure that your research is actually being read by the right people? Now, publishing in a high impact factor journal, that's only part of the process. And what I mean by that, if you just look at the statistic, 30% of high impact factor journals don't get cited 3 years or beyond. These are high impact factor journals from Scopus or Web of Science. So why is this happening? Because there's too much of research being produced now. There's 3.5 million articles which are being produced on a yearly basis. So in this kind of environment, what do institutions do? So the first thing is providing the awareness and even setting up the right infrastructure to the librarians in the institution to actually make sure that the research produced by the institution is captured at the institution so that the institution could disseminate that research on the online platforms today, as I've mentioned. So that means investing in infrastructure such as institutional repository and enabling the authors or faculties in the institution the way to actually archive their papers right in the institution. And the second part is understanding the copyrights of the publishers. So when I mean by open access, I'm not asking the faculties or the institutions to invest significant of funding dollars in actually paying in APCs to publishers and making it open. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm really talking about is, can we understand these publisher copyrights and can we use those rights so that the authors can legally open their preprints or postprints on this institutional repository? I was looking at the study and I was really surprised. The institutions which are doing this have seen a significant increase in visibility, and probably 30 to 500% increase in citations across different disciplines over time. And the reason why this is happening, as I've mentioned again, the more people view the papers and access your articles, the better for the researchers to actually consume the articles. So, if the institutions lay down these principles of empowering the librarians with the right technology by hosting the articles at the institution and also educating or creating awareness both for librarians and also for all the faculty inside the institution to understand these fundamental copyrights of the publishers. By doing these two, we can significantly increase our footprint, the research footprint globally. And what's interesting is we can also understand who are these people who are reading so that we can emphasize and probably focus in the right research areas and understand the core competence of the institution in general. So with that, I would pass it on to you, Dr. Shastri.
Thank you so much, Saikiran, for flagging those very critical issues. Friends, as we take forward this discussion now, I have identified one theme which each of the panelists has raised. I'm going to now take that one theme which I've raised to another panelist and get them to respond to the issue that was raised by their co-panelist. Professor Aditya, can I come to you first? And I'm going to straight come to the point which Saikiran made and would want your response. At the one level, we talk about knowledge dissemination as our credo. At another level, we have challenges of accessibility. What would be your recipe for resolving this possible contradiction of knowledge dissemination and yet ensuring accessibility in contemporary times?
So thank you, Dr. Sandeep. So when we look at this particular challenge of knowledge dissemination and also accessibility, there are a few things which we look at. Very first thing is, again, benchmarking, because we also create knowledge, we also disseminate it, at the same time we consume it. As an institute, we have access to a lot of databases, etc. But at the same time, we also collaborate with other institutes, other researchers. So, for example, I may be collaborating with people in Indore, in India, as well as out of India. And all these academicians, they have access to different data repositories, as well as they have different point of views towards a research topic. So that somehow bridges the gap which may be there because of accessibility problems or limited accessibility to different databases. Another thing is extending this collaboration to not just research, but also to some other things. For example, working on projects, for example, government projects, which are actually solving real-time problems. And interacting with each other, trying to understand what kind of knowledge an institute, which is of very different type, is creating, and what kind of knowledge we are creating. Exchanging thoughts that helps somehow in terms of limited accessibility of certain databases, certain kind of knowledge, etc. And that is why I would also like to highlight this point using this opportunity, that collaboration also actually helps in benchmarking. That is what I have discovered over a period of time, that it might not be a very systematic or formal process, but when I collaborate with other institutes, people in other institutions, other part of world, I learn a lot about myself. So, Dr. Sandeep, you are not audible.
Sorry. Aditya, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Nagarjuna, I just wanted to take to you a point which Aditya made in his initial part of his presentation. Aditya talked about benchmarking being also about self-evaluation. How important do you think that factor is?
I think it's a very important element. When we look at ourselves and try to position and raise our own benchmarks, the confidence to change and the kind of willpower which we actually do as individual level is very, very high. Some of us who are in the spiritual journey know about it, that we need to do that actually a lot more with ourselves rather than compete with the world. And same thing applies actually in an institutional framework, which is, I think, one needs to look at that self-evaluation and against some kind of framework, whatever one is. I think today in the world there are so many things, whether it is the ABAPs of the world in terms of institutional certifications, or the NACs which we have in India are now part of the NEP. There are many things which are happening. So I think there is always a framework, and whatever one feels comfortable with, go ahead and pick that up and start looking at how the self-assessment, and there is a continuous improvement which is happening on that front. I also want to quickly reflect on the collaboration element here. So I think collaboration is extremely important between the institutions, between the countries, between individuals, always, because that's the real power of world. And I run a crowdsourcing initiative in Wipro. There are 60,000 people actually who are part of an initiative, what we call internally as Top Gear. That when there is a challenge which is the current team is not able to solve, it is put up actually in the platform, and all the 60,000 people are actually available to handle that challenge. And I think in a manner, the whole world is actually getting into that common platform, and we can leverage actually when we collaborate and look at the challenge as a team together. So I would certainly recommend these two elements.
Thank you so much, Nagarjuna. Christian, if I can come to you. Nagarjuna used a very interesting analogy of how different people look at a house. Christian, I would like to ask you, does benchmarking get impacted by where we mount our telescope to view what we are viewing? Is the lens with which we view benchmarking equally important? Christian, your response to this based upon your global experiences.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. I would say that the Welfare Survey Association, which I have the honor to be the president, we are collaborating with 120 countries, and in India, you are the principal investigator, national director. Very proud of you doing this wonderful work in India. So the question is, where do you look at? That's very important, because you can benchmark with yourself from year to year, going up, going down, getting depressed, getting happy. You can benchmark with your colleagues in your department. In India, you can benchmark in Bangalore with New Delhi. So, of course, you can also benchmark with institutions which are lower than your institution, then you feel better. If you benchmark with Oxford and Cambridge and Harvard, you get depressed. So the question is always, what is your comparison? Compared to what? You compare over time, yourself, your institution, your country, or you compare your country, academia in India with academia in Pakistan, academia in the UK. So your choice of your choice of benchmarking and comparison is influencing the result of your benchmarking. So we have to be skillful as a leader, as a rector, as a chancellor, vice chancellor. You can compare with people, then present your institution as the best, or you can compare with Oxford and Cambridge and Stanford and say we are far away from these guys. Also, you can compare continents, Asia versus Europe versus Africa versus the Middle East. So what my point is, your telescope is deciding the outcome. You can influence the outcome not only in a strategic calculating way, but also what is the purpose of your benchmarking for your local implementation? Do you want to be as good as Bangalore, as New Delhi, as your current university? Or do you want to compare with the Middle East, or you want to compare with China, or with Japan? So it depends.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you very much.
And I'll come back to you in a moment. Sai Kiran, can I come to you with the last point I had, which I thought came from the entire discussion? Would you look at benchmarking as a means and a quality as the end? Or does sometimes benchmarking become both the means and the end at the end of the day?
I think I would look at it as a means, but not towards the end for sure. And to really talk about that, what really holds for individuals probably also holds for the organizations. I think the answers lie internally first, and understand the institution first, their capabilities and what they're really good at first. And then, okay, now we clearly know ourselves and we understand ourselves better than anyone. Now let's try to benchmark and let's see what can we learn from that. And in benchmarking this, which we just talked about, which universities would you pick? Who are you benchmarking against? I think that also probably plays a big role, right? If you are not considering the factors the other institutions are benchmarked in different countries, and if you don't understand where they have come from, what their story has been, it's incredibly hard. Even if you benchmark, you would not probably end up with the right action items, what you really want to do or focus on, right? And one of the things in collaboration is what I've seen personally is that you're probably an average of 5 people that you surround with, in a way that probably has impacted a lot in my life. But I can see a similar analogy here. If you probably collaborate and learn or work with the right institutions that you think are going in the right direction, eventually you're going to get there. Maybe not this year, next year, but the path towards that would lead you there. So I think it's definitely the means to grow, but definitely not the end.
Thank you, Sai Kiran. I'm now moving into my last segment, and this last segment is like a relay segment. Sai Kiran, I'm going to start with you. You have heard your 3 co-panelists. Is there a question you would like to pose to any of the co-panelists with regard to what they said? And then whoever you pose it to will respond and then pose a question to another panelist. So we are going to spend the next 10 minutes doing that.
I think, thanks for that. I think I wanted to ask Mr. Nagarjuna specifically. I think he was coming from the spiritual angle and also coming from the, the learnings that were happening in the past and observing the leaders right now. Probably that's his research currently. I wanted to ask him, what does he think, whether a similar analogy exists from the institution perspective? What can we learn from the older institutions, whether what they've done really better, which might not exist today? And what can we learn from institutions across the world, which are very historical in nature, and what they're doing, what's unique in their DNA, which is actually helping them push way up and move forward?
Thanks, Sai. Can you hear me?
Sai Kiran.
Yeah.
That's Sai Kiran Nagarjuna.
Thank you, Sai Kiran. So I think, it's a very interesting question and very close to me. When, as I was mentioning that when I was running this not-for-profit initiative, we had to, it was called Mission 10X, where we actually tried to influence from this initiative about 25,000 professors from different engineering colleges across Indian states. And we had the opportunity to really make an impact actually on the students who are studying from that program. And during that time, when we wanted content, we had to pick up from the Harvards and Cambridges of the world, while we had actually our own enough content from our Indian things, but maybe it was not in the form which actually can be taken and things like that. But I personally believe, and what I have seen, that there is, I think, enough of things which are there in the past, whether it is the concept of education on itself in India with Gurukuls, the way actually the things were taught actually to kings when they were finding it really difficult through Panchatantra model, where the storytelling was done to make a big change actually in the kings who are not really interested in studying. I think there are a lot of unique innovations which were done, and there was enough formal research which was done by the universities, but maybe some of it is preserved well, some of it is not preserved well. And when we were ruled by various countries over the period, we lost and got into the Western education model, where probably we created more of the same, but not really the opening up actually for the larger world. I think we need a fine blend when we are in the global situation on respecting our values, what we have from our Indian learning, be it from the epics and whatever we have, I think, learned from our ancestors, and take it actually to Western market as well, so that we are able to compare and be the best in the world.
Nagarjuna, do you have a question for any of the other panelists which you would like them to respond to?
I would like to ask Professor Aditya. He's been speaking about benchmarking and collaboration as different, perspectives. And how do you see the industry role in this collaboration? And what needs to be done by industry additionally to enhance this trend? And what could be done by the institutions? I know many institution people are there in this. What could be done from the institutions to increase the collaboration with industry? Your perspectives.
So thank you, Mr. Nagarjuna. That's an interesting question. Actually, I was also thinking about the same. Industry is the ultimate taker of the talent which is somehow shaped in institutions and universities. So ultimately, the recruiters are the partners of universities. So what we are trying to do is at our institute is collaborate with industry as well, and therefore bring in more of the practitioner's perspective into the curriculum, because one is theoretical foundation, another one is the practice aspect, and therefore involving practitioners even as instructors is one of the things which institutes may encourage. Another thing is that some of the industry or some of the recruiting partners, they are also collaborating in a way where they invite faculty members to become a part of a problem solving team for a while. So that way they receive the inputs from the academia, and academia receives a lot of practitioner oriented sometimes problems, sometimes solutions, sometimes practices, which they can talk about in their class. So that way they are trying to bridge the gap between knowing and doing. So I think that maybe like if we can come up with more and more of such means, probably that would be a great thing to collaborate, to somehow increase collaboration between the industry and academia.
Excellent point, Aditya. Aditya, was there a question you would like to raise to either Professor Harper or Sai Kiran?
So I have one question for Sai Kiran. Mr. Nagarjun can also answer that. Like when we look at institutes, some of the institutes have their own brand value and they are all well established because they are old. And that's why they are considered to be good or great or something like this. But is industry aware of whether they are benchmarking with the world standards or not? Or is it just based on a very difficult to crack entrance exam? On the basis of that, we ensure the quality of an institute. So how recruiters actually look at whether the institutes are benchmarking themselves or staying updated or not? How practitioners look at that?
Kiran, would you like to respond to that, please?
Yes. That's a interesting question, and that's something that really makes or breaks any organization, any corporate company, because it's all about talent that the company invests in, right? And from the talent acquisition point of view, yes, rankings do hold its own value, but most importantly than not, all the industries are becoming open now, not regarding from the perspective of which degree the person have done or what the person is doing, has done in the past, or which institution they are affiliated with, but more in terms of what do they bring to the company, right? Not just from the perspective of the intellectual capability, but also the EQ point of view as well, because that's more important to the organizations now when they are trying to collaborate globally. So that means whether the person or the institution is focusing enough or emphasizing enough in their international collaborations. Are they collaborating with a lot of people so that they get much awareness? Are they working on the right technology from the perspective of, if I were to only look at tech companies, are they really working at the cutting edge? What kind of research are they putting out, right? What kind of collaborations that they're doing with other companies, with my competitors, if I may say, right? So these are the things that an institution really looks at, and the corporate really looks at whenever it comes to the talent acquisition point of view.
Sure. Thank you. So, Christian, my question to you is, having worked in different parts of the world, do you see this whole question of the local flavor in benchmarking being privileged by institutions across the world?
Thank you, Sandeep. I think the trend in global benchmarking is not to consider the regional specifics. So it's the task of countries like India, others, to define what is the benchmarking implementation in your own country. So, for example, in the UK, you have REF, Research Excellence Framework, every 5 years. They are analyzing the impact on theory, on practice of all institutions. So that's a national implementation of benchmarking, REF. So I don't know if you have a REF in India, but I think local implementation can be defined by a local national research excellence framework approach for India, for example. So this would be a good way to do it. And this would be also my question to the distinguished panel, what they think about the Indian REF, which is measuring the impact in theory and practice by Indian academia. Because then you could consider the regional flavor, the regional distinction, the specific feature and profile of Indian academia, which might be not the same like in Britain. Thank you.
Aditya, would you like to take that question?
So I think that most of it has already been covered. But yeah, at the same time, as I said earlier also, that it starts with your own mission or your own goal and objective. So I think any localization of international practice, I think would require implementation by all the stakeholders using the lens which is of contextual relevance. So whatever is relevant to my context, whatever actually fulfills my objectives, is something which should be the should guide the process of implementation. So I do self-reflection in the light of global knowledge, but at the same time, I'm guided by my own pursuit. I'm guided by my own goals and objectives.
I have a minute for any responses from either Sai Kiran or Nagarjuna on this.
Yes, just a quick response on that. I think, Dr. Christian, we do have in India a kind of flavor like an R.I.S.E, what's going on in the UK now. It's called NIRF, where the Indian government is actually started the entire ranking and benchmarking framework. Now, over time, they've been changing the variables to ensure that it is relevant to the Indian conditions and Indian environment. And I think that's the 100% a very right agenda and the right direction to think about, because what might work for India might not work for other institutions globally, and benchmarking and comparing might not make even sense. So I think that's what's going on right now in India from the perspective of that.
Nagarjuna, maybe 30 seconds.
To respond to this, I would skip it.
Either, whichever.
Yeah, I think, maybe I can make a concluding comment. Recently I was watching on a TV show from US, talking about you import cars from Japan, TVs from Korea, and, gas from Middle East and things like that. What do you import from India? I think the answer was very clear. that it is you import people. In a country like US, and majority of them are from our Indian Institute of Technologies, the IITs, or maybe IIMs. We have Professor Aditya from IIM Indore. I think we create so much of great people, and the kind of respect what is given to Indians on our knowledge, right from the historical time and what we've created to today what we are creating, is I think a great contribution. My only submission is that if we can hold ourselves as much as what we can to make difference by sitting in India and still making a difference to the global community, I think that will be of great help. And I know there are a lot of youngsters in this call, so do consider staying back in India, or even if you're going around like some of us did, please go and check out what's happening and benchmark yourself and understand where we stand, our own knowledge, and create that big change and continue to contribute to ourselves by building in India. I think we have a lot of opportunity to do things here.
Thank you. Thank you, Nagarjun. Friends, I think we've had a very, very fruitful 60 minutes of dialogue on benchmarking internationally and implementing locally. My job was made very easy with such a distinguished panel with me. I just had to nudge people on to say what they would want to say on a particular theme, and that was really interesting and exciting for me to do. 2 points seem to emerge, and we will close with that. I think one point which came out very clearly is that when you're talking of benchmarking, the external context and the internal content becomes so very important. And secondly, benchmarking is about setting certain common standards, but it is also about recognizing certain specificities which may be relevant for a particular institution. I'd like to thank all my 4 co-panelists. I'd like to thank Professor Aditya. I'd like to thank Sri Nagarjuna. I'd like to thank Sri Saikiran. And I would like to thank Professor Christian Harper for having brought into this discussion so many dimensions and made this panel so very enriching. And I'm sure our audience have found the last 60 minutes very useful. Thank you for the discipline all of you followed in maintaining your time. And I hand it back to Ashwini. And Ashwini, we have stuck to our time and closed exactly at 11:31.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Shastri, for conducting such a wonderful panel discussion. I am sure this discussion has given some reflection on benchmarking at an international level and implement the same locally for our audience. Thanks to all the panelists for engaging the audience and sharing their valuable insights with us. Now, it's a time for our next keynote address on accelerating applied research as a way of improving purposive higher education in developing countries. I invite Dr. Rahul Banerjee, who is the director of LNM Institute of Information Technology, Jaipur, and a professor of computer science and engineering. He holds a PhD in computer science and engineering hybrid intelligence system. His research and teaching interest lies in the areas of network protocol engineering, QoS enabled routing, and wearable computing. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction and for the invitation. Very warm welcome to each one of you, all the learned listeners. I thought that I would just have a very brief conversation about certain things which we are already aware of, but probably do not always associate that much significance in a systematic way. We have all the resources, we have the ability to think and act within the constraints that we may have, but at times it does help probably to accelerate certain things with a specific strategic plan in view. So since my topic is accelerating applied research as a way of improving purposive higher education in developing countries, let me very briefly start with research and applied research. significance of research cannot be understated in any case. We all know that if knowledge has to advance, we need to see what others have done elsewhere in the world in that specific area. Try to see that where do we stand today, what are the open problems, where are the gaps in information or our understanding, and we choose one of those elements of significance to take it as either a short-term or medium-term or long-term research objective. While research could be of both fundamental kind and applied kind, and both have their own significance, we all understand that it is very difficult to actually draw boundaries, because many things which we discovered during our course of research in fundamental areas of knowledge, including that of science and engineering, does at a later stage open up the way for applying those elements of knowledge with viability aspect from economic and other angles in place. And that is what actually becomes applied research. So without actually getting distinguished between research in pure and applied areas, what I am concentrating is on research which is need driven as a means to accelerate certain things in constrained environments. Why is applied research important in the context of developing countries? The reason is almost all the developing countries, or even the countries which are in the process of reaching or there where they will get called developing countries over there beyond a point in their progress line, they have a set of serious constraints, and these constraints may vary from one country to another country, and within the country also region wise there might be different problems to be tackled with. So there are two ways to look at the things. One, while no research can be accomplished without first looking at what globally it has been done in that particular area, we probably, because of the resource constraints, may want to consider a route wherein we first try to see that what are the areas which are of greater significance to the developing world. And while we would continue to be benchmarking ourselves in terms of research and other aspects with our own set of peers within a country, between the developing world and the rest of the world or developed world, there is no distinction when it comes to benchmarking. We could choose a set of institutions from different quarters of each one of these categories and then try and see that where do we stand. Fact of the matter remains that we cannot act in all areas simultaneously. Since this specific thing is in the context of the universities of the country, what we are looking at it is a set of opportunities where we need to prioritize what we wish to do. In other words, what I am talking about? I am talking about identification of applied research opportunities based on the need in developing countries. It is possible to take a consortium approach, find a collaboration across multiple developing countries, either at individual levels or involving multi-institutional method of doing these things. And if we have to have a multi-country project, we could probably choose some common denominator which is of concern, where a useful set of problems may be solved with the help of research, where the domain competence comes from participating countries and their experts. However, there might be certain good reasons for any institution of higher learning to consider inward and focus onto the pressing problems that we see in our own country and take either single institution based approach or multi-institution approach within the country for a consortium driven method wherein expertise comes again from multiple institutions involved in their respective areas which complement one another's capabilities. Some may have certain capabilities in the domain, say of theoretical kind. Some may have some experimental capability. Some may have additional infrastructure which is probably required to carry out, and sometimes pooling of resources in a way transparent to the researchers could also be of help. Whether it is a problem of literacy, whether it is a problem of employment generation, handling skills, gender sensitization, irrespective of whether they fall in the domain of engineering and technology or beyond, these days there is no single problem which can be solved using a unidisciplinary approach. In other words, we need to bring multiple disciplines and expertise of complementary kind, have conversation, and then probably get a good understanding of the problem domain before we embark on to making a proposal which is good enough probably to be funded by one or more agencies either within a country or beyond. We all have walked this route in different ways. The difficulty lies in not falling prey to what looks glamorous at times. If everybody wants to simply jump the gun in the areas where they will be immediately visible, chances are we may be misdirected. The reason I use the phrase purposive here was that we are purpose driven. Please remember there are multiple valid ways of choosing to do research. The approach I am suggesting is possibly one of those numerous ways. It is just one of the possible approaches where in a resource constrained situation, we could pool our best capabilities in variety of ways I already mentioned, and probably try and solve a problem, keeping a timeline and a financial set of inputs and likely outcomes at the back of our mind with clear deliverables, knowing the risks involved, and also ensure that we do enough vetting before we actually develop technology solutions and deploy them. I'm talking of not the solutions which are based on simply picking multiple technologies and building, that is plain development, which is also a valid way, but I'm talking about the areas which do require, first of all, to solve some problems and thereafter pass on that knowledge or work closely for the transfer of the technology associated with respect to the learning that we get through that research. Typically, one mistake that many of us do make in certain areas, specifically of engineering and technology, is that we end up looking at, in some cases, on multiple papers of the people who get cited highly, right? And many times end up doing mostly a simulation. I'm not saying simulation is bad. What I'm trying to say is that without deep enough understanding of the problem, without adequate deliberation, picking up a paper and probably taking it at the starting point without going through what after the publication of the paper probably may have been followed in many of the cases we have seen in many doctoral research cases has led to disastrous result. Students learn very late in course of their doctoral work in many of those kind of cases that what they are trying to solve is either not that significant, or it has been already solved at times in certain way and they did not quite notice, or worse still, the initial work based on which they based their assumptions, because they did not validate these carefully, itself was wrong. And as a result, sometimes 3 to 5 years lead to relatively trivial outcome in terms of doctoral research work. But am I talking of only doctoral research? No. Research can happen at undergraduate level, master's level, doctorate level, postdoctoral level, right? Even beyond the boundaries of an institution. So when I say research, it is all encompassing. I'm no longer limiting it to a degree program built around that or as a component of that. What is important is that we choose the right problem, identify the significance or the value of that problem, and the time we need to estimate how much time it is likely to take, and if so, whether we have internal local resources within an institution. If not, we look for those institutions, research labs or industries, or probably sometimes non-governmental organizations where that complementary access, that capacity or capability or domain expertise lies, right? And then we reanalyze the problem adequately to find a set of objectives which can be met within that stipulated period of time. We go for estimating how much financial and other resources would be required. And in the process, we of course keep ourselves updating whether there are any more recent developments that we should know. Otherwise, the purpose of our trying to solve a problem would get defeated if during the course of our this exploration, we find a better solution which has already emerged, or the base which probably we might need to change or shift. Typically, we all know that a good proposal might take anywhere from a few months to sometimes even a year to be formed when it is multiple partners spread across multiple countries who are collaborating and working out. But more often than not, typically it is a 3 to 6 month period, which is of more importance in formulating such proposals, defending them, these specific things, and then setting down to do good work. Luckily, we already have very good collaboration tools available even in virtual space, and understanding of practically everyone in every institution of higher learning in the world is now having a decent degree of exposure to many of these collaboration tools. I'm not talking of just video conferencing. It goes well beyond video conferencing. So it is possible in select areas to collaborate more quickly. It is possible to pool resources in certain areas even without moving physically from one institution or one laboratory to other. However, there would be areas in which we need to move either a few scholars or some faculty members or somebody else who is required to go to specific centers or research labs or institutions where they would need physical access of certain kind to carry out certain work. One thing which, if I pick a domain, say of computer science, and if I say that I have to solve a problem in a given domain, and that brings behavioral science aspects to be understood. If I have another part which requires aspects of the law, aspects of culture, apart from the technological aspects per se that may belong only to computer science, we will realize that if such a system is to be designed and built after adequate research of collaborative kind has taken place, we would need input from multiple different domains. We will need input from behavioral science experts. We will need expertise of people who work in the area of sensors, so instrumentation and sensing capabilities we would require. We would require input from people who understand the cultural impacts on a design of a solution that we might have to finally provide as an outcome of our applied research-driven technology solution. And all of these will go together and it will work out only if we have done the theoretical or simulation-based or prototyping-based validation at an appropriate point in time as the need be. And finally, we look at the economics angle to be able to see how far, how quickly, through what strategies probably we could have that applied research driven solution in place. So, multidisciplinary approach to solving real world problems after deciding the priority in a way would probably work better for us in the developing world instead of merely picking up a problem and trying to solve it for the purpose of academic research alone, though that might also be a valid proposition. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahul Banerjee, for sharing an interesting and valuable thoughts with us. After that, a very enriching keynote address, we now move on to an interesting higher education debate on the topic. Many Indian institutions are on par with the global standard, but ranking cannot measure on it. I now invite Dr. Devenshu Srivastava, who is a founding head of the Jagan School of Public Policy and International Affairs. And he is a young academician having 8 plus years of teaching experience. He completed his PhD in intellectual property laws from Barkatullah University, Bhopal. Now I'll hand over the session to Dr. Srivastava to introduce the speaker for and against the motion and moderate the debate.
Thank you so much, Ashwini, for that thing. And it gives me immense pleasure, and I welcome you all for this wonderful event, the R.I.S.E conference, the Madhya Pradesh State Chapter, organized by QS IGAUGE, Jagran Lake City University. So, as I've been told across, that this is a particular session where the first of those particular debates in the session, followed by the panel discussion and that's keynote address that was addressed across. This panel discussion led to a wonderful basic foundation to what is this in debate is all about. So debate that we are talking about today is on the big, that many Indian institutions are on par with the global standards, but the ranking cannot measure it. And to take this debate ahead, I have a panel of wonderful speakers who have been contributing and given across to those particular things. To introduce the panel today, we have with us Professor Dr. K.G. Suresh sir, the Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National Media and Journalism University, Bhopal. And Dr. Amita Mahar, the Director at the Oriental College of Technology, to speak in the favor of the particular motion today. I welcome both Professor K.G. Suresh sir and Dr. Amita ma'am to this wonderful gathering. And I will call it to challenge them or to speak against the motion today. We have Dr. Harish Ramaswamy sir, the Vice Chancellor from Raichur University, and joined by Dr. Dhruva Ghai, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Oriental University. I welcome you both, Harish sir as well, and Dhruva sir. Now, to quickly take it across, what I've done as the moderator for this particular session, we'll divide this particular panel into 2 sub-panels. So we'll take one favor, one against. And to lead the first of sub-panels, I'll invite K.G. Suresh sir, and I'll have Dr. Dhruva Ghai sir, so to speak in favor and in motion, and then just a small recap of what they have said. Then we'll move to our second sub-panel, led by Amita ma'am speaking for the favor, and Dr. Harish sir speaking against the motion. So with this, I'll take this honor to introduce the first sub-panel or the speakers to speak in favor and against. I would first like to introduce someone who needs no introduction. That's Professor K.G. Suresh sir. A wonderful personality, but yes, as a duty of a moderator, I should come across with this particular point. Professor Suresh is a senior journalist, columnist, educationist, socio-political commentator, and communication strategist. He is currently serving as the Vice Chancellor for Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, Asia's first and India's oldest and largest media university. Earlier, he has served as the Director General for Indian Institute for Mass Communication, India's premier media training institute, Senior Consulting Editor with Doordarshan News, India's public news broadcaster, Founder Dean, School of Modern Media, University of Petroleum Study and Energy Studies, Dehradun, Editorial Consultant with Asianet News Network, Chief Political Correspondent with Press Trust of India, and Group Media Advisor to Dalmia Bharat Enterprises Limited. He is the recipient of prestigious Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi Award for outstanding contribution to journalism by the Kendriya Hindi Sanstha, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Recognizing his commitment to creating awareness on media literacy, the state government of Madhya Pradesh has nominated him as the member of its COVID Advisory Committee, along with the Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi and leading doctors, and headed by the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh itself. He has extensively traveled across India and the world, including Afghanistan, Pakistan, China, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, South Korea, Japan, UK, Switzerland, Australia, Hungary, Qatar, and many more today. We welcome you, sir. And with just a small thing, I'll just ask you to speak on the favor, and I'm opening the topic here, that yes, many Indian institutions are on par with the global standards, but the rankings cannot measure it. But before I hand over or I invite you to speak in the favor, it's my duty to introduce the person who will be speaking against you or challenging those particular thing. Is another dynamic personality, Dr. Dhruva Ghai, who's the Pro-Chancellor for the Oriental University. Dr. Ghai is currently working as the Pro-Vice Chancellor at the Oriental University, Indore. His qualifications include PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from the University of North Texas, USA, MTech in VLSI Design and Microelectronics from SGS ITS Indore, and the Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from the University of Pune, India. With this, he completed the executive program in management from IIM Indore in 2017, which included an international immersion program by Macomb School of Business, UT Austin, USA. Dr. Ghai is a senior member of IEEE and a fellow of IETE. He's an associate editor of IEEE Consumer Electronics magazine. He has served as the vice chair membership executive committee of IEE Computer Society Technical Committee on VLSI. Dr. Ghai worked as a design engineer with Nano Dragon LLC USA in 2009 and as an ETL developer with Novedia Systems in USA in 2010, as a data integration developer with Vivre in USA in 2011, and before joining Oriental University Indore. His current research areas include low pressure designs, layout and optimization of digital analog RF mixed signal nano CMOS circuits and systems, information technology, data integration, ETL, database development, modeling, implementation, and testing of applications. Whew, so many things to take across. So with this, I'll open this debate and I'll move first to our first speaker to speak in the favor that yes, the Indian institutions are at par with the global standards, but it's just that the rankings are not there to measure it. Over to you, Suresh, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're perfectly audible.
Thank you, Dr. Devanshu Srivastav, my esteemed fellow panelists, Dr. Amita Mahor,
Good morning.
Dr. Harish Ramswamy, Dr. Dhruve. Always a pleasure to be on the platform of Jagran Lake City University, our friendly neighborhood. And congratulations for hosting this wonderful QS RISE debate. I think debates are very essential, not just for students, but also for educators. And I'm glad that you have organized this. Let me, because there is a paucity of time, I need to finish up things within 10 minutes. That's the time limit given to me. Well, you mentioned that so many countries I have visited. And believe me, in all those countries, I found whether it is software specialists, whether it is, senior most doctors, they were all Indians, and Indians who studied in India and went to these respective countries and have made a mark for themselves. You talk of NASA, you talk about Silicon Valley, you talk about leading surgeons in Singapore. They are all NRIs who studied in India and made a mark for themselves abroad. So obviously, there is something good about Indian education system. Yes, if you look at the global rankings so far as media, because I come from the media mass communication spectrum, if you look at the World Press Freedom Index, India, which is the largest democracy in the world, as per global rankings, we rank somewhere around 150. I mean, this is a joke. We have one of the freest medias in the world. And in spite of that, we don't fit into the so-called global rankings. Now, I have a problem there. Let me just point out a couple of things, because as I said, paucity of time. Let us look at some of the expectations in the global rankings. I am not at all blaming global rankings, but it's simply that we don't fit in there. Our size, our population, our resources, and the laws here does not permit us to fit in within those norms. To begin with, one of the qualifications as per the global norms, if you look at it, is the profit of institutions. In India, even private institutions are not supposed to show profits. We are expected to run education for charity, not for profit. So even an institution like Pune University, which has 1,000 crore revenue, is unable to show it as profit. All your institutions are under some foundation, some educational foundation or trust. You cannot show it as a private entity, unlike in the United States or some other country. So where do we fit into the profit thing? Because we can't earn profits. We are running charity. 2. Now, let us, now, if you talk about, say, how do I put it? In terms of foreign students intake. Now, obviously, given the infrastructure of our state universities, how do we expect foreign students to come and study here? We are a country which, as of now, yes, the national education policy talks about a 6%, GDP allocation. But look at the state, the condition so far as infrastructure. Is it up to the so-called international standards, or does it cater to the local requirements? Now, if you are going to look at it, obviously foreign students, we don't fit into the category of foreign students compared to, say, UCLA or a Stanford or an Oxford. We obviously don't fit into that. So we need to understand this. Now, why is it that we are going by global rankings alone? China has tried out with its own Shanghai rankings. In India, we have a national institutional ranking framework. And there is an organization, Research for Resurgence Foundation, RF, with which many universities have signed MOUs. Now, they are now devising a new ranking system, which is called Guru. Guru is Global University Ranking Utility. So this is a new, ranking formulation by the RFRF, wherein we are going to already 102 Indian universities have signed up. So globally, we need to look at developing countries from a different perspective. We cannot look at it from a Western model, from a Western prism, because there are many things, whether, and about outcome. Now, outcome analysis, how do you, rate that? Foreign campuses, how do we fit into that? Foreign faculty. Now, foreign faculty is again one of the criteria. Now, how many Indian universities can afford to have foreign faculty? Now, if you are going, but we have the best of faculties, our own faculty. So if you are going to, if these extraneous issues, if I may call it, are going to matter in rankings, we just don't fit into their scheme of things. So either they will have to have a different ranking system wherein these things are also kept in consideration, so that institutions of excellence. Now, come to think of it, if you put together the top Ivy League universities, the number of students that they have, more than that students, only single university, Nagpur University, will have more students than all the Ivy League universities put together. That is the kind of numbers we are dealing with. So let us not forget these things. Let us face the Indian harsh realities, and accordingly we should devise norms, parameters that will ensure. So excellence cannot be measured with parameters like profitability, parameters like availability of foreign faculty, or foreign student profile. It has to be excellence, and there we have, time and again, we have produced the most brilliant engineers, scientists, software specialists, doctors in the world, and we have shown to the world that we have the capacity. So we should not be judged on that basis. The judgment should be on different criteria which is suited for India. Thank you so much. I hope I have not exceeded my brief. You are mute, Dr. Devanshu. Dr. Devanshu, you are muted.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Suresh sir. I guess those particular points I'll particularly take just after listening to Dhruva sir there. Dhruva sir, quick takes. I would also take that if you want to go against Suresh sir points, or you can come across with your own points. But yeah, quickly, when I come across to you, the next 10 minutes is yours, sir, before I finally conclude this sub-panel across. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Devanshu, and thank you, Professor KJ, Professor KG Suresh. Very good points, and so I've noted them down. I am going to refute a couple of them, and then I'll put in a couple of my points. So I would like to start by saying that rankings are like Olympics. Okay, so we have the Tokyo Olympics coming up. That's why I'm using that reference. So when an Olympics game happens, okay, whether it is those athletics events, whether it is the heats, or it is any other event, the format is same for everyone. The format is same for every country, and the country has to compete on in that particular format. So the rankings have to be, it's on the country. It depends on the country which has to rise up to the level of the ranking, or to that, if you compare it with Olympics, to that event. So Dr. KJ Suresh started with talking about Indians who were successful abroad. Okay, he mentioned Mr. Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai. So there is a joke in India which says that if Satya Nadella would not have gone to US, he would probably be a software developer somewhere in TCS. So Satya Nadella had to go to US, and he had to kind of work over there to rise to the level of CEO of Microsoft. What he's doing today. Had he been in India, we don't know where would he have risen to even the level of country head for Microsoft. So a lot of Indians are successful abroad, but they had to go abroad to be successful. We don't know, had they stayed back in India, coming back to the problem that Professor KJ Suresh had pointed out, there is a population problem. For every one job, there are lakhs and lakhs of candidates. There are lakhs and lakhs of profiles. So, these guys had to go abroad to prove themselves. So a couple of points which I wanted to put forth before I get into other details, is that rankings matter. Okay, now for a student who's looking to take admission into getting his undergrad or whatever, he is looking at the entire world. The entire world is open to him or her. So the student would look at rankings to find out which are the great institutes. A good ranking, a great ranking would guarantee the student that they have a world-class faculty teaching there. It would guarantee a good job to the employer. When there's a highly ranked institution, the employer is rest assured, because these highly ranked institutes like Harvard, Stanford, or other institutes that we're talking about, their admission process is so stringent. And even when it comes to the IITs in India, the admission process is so tough, it is so stringent, that it is rest assured the employer knows that the student who is coming in has gone through a rigorous process of admission, and he's going to be able to work in highly stressful environments. Why do these Goldman Sachs and Deloitte's and KPMGs of the world keep hiring these students? Because they know they can work in highly stressful environments. So rankings, global rankings really help out students. They really help out employers. So they're helping the input, they're helping the output as well. So, that's why rankings are important. And we institutions, Indian institutions, we need to rise up. We need to take those ranking parameters seriously. We need to work on them seriously. And there are no excuses. You can't make excuses. You lose a race in the Olympics, 100 meters. You can't complain. That guy ran faster than you. Okay, don't cry. Okay, so those are a couple of points. And so ranking also brings with it a brand, social value. A guy who's graduated from IIT, everybody looks at him differently. He gets a social kind of a social status. Similar is with the net. So it gives that person, that the output of that particular institute, a brand value. At the same time, it gives him a lot of leverage, because the alumni who are highly placed help that candidate out, help the guy out. So it's like, it's like a cult of its own. So that is one point I wanted to put forth. Also, I had also mentioned about this in my welcome speech. I want to kind of put it out there again, that we have universities in India. We are opening up courses, we are opening up branches in all disciplines. Everybody's opening branches in all disciplines, and that's causing dilution. So universities need to choose. Okay, I'm going to be the best at some particular area, in some particular topic. And for once you choose something you want to be best at, it's going to be much easier for you to reach out to global rankings. You can't try to become best at everything. Okay, you're good at, so Sachin Tendulkar is really good at cricket, but you can't expect him to become a world-class player at football. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, choose what you want to be the best at, and then get your global rankings. Become a global ranking player in that particular area, rather than going for volumes, trying to be best at everything. That has never happened. So maybe a paradigm shift, maybe a change in thinking of the Indian institutes, of the private players, public players. That needs to be, and that's why we are having this debate. Some food for thought for everyone. And so Devanshu, let me know when I've overshot my time. Okay.
Yes, sir. You just have one more minute so that we can just conclude it across, and then
I'm just going to keep on speaking. So till then.
just a last minute to you before I just take across. Sure.
So there was another topic that Professor K.G. Suresh spoke about. That is the foreign students and the foreign faculty. So we need to value the factor, the diversity factor. We can't, if you keep filling in faculty with the same mindset, with the same thought process, you are not going to have diversity.
True.
If you keep in filling, even in our institutes, there are students coming from South India, the students coming from North India, the students coming from West, East, and that's what brings diversity to the institute. And imagine having some foreign students, that would bring even further diversity. That would, there would be a cultural growth. Our students would understand their culture, they would understand our culture. And diversity brings in more, Professor Suresh would agree with me, that diversity brings in more ideas for research. Research in social sciences, research in politics, and various other areas. So we should be welcoming foreign faculty. I know there is a salary issue, because the academic salaries are lower in India as compared to the academic salaries in the West and other countries, but that needs to be worked upon. So we need to bring in foreign faculties to bring diversity in teaching, because a foreign faculty will have a different way of teaching. If we have all products of IITs teaching, they're going to all teach in a similar way, because they've all been taught in a similar way. So we need to bring in foreign faculty to bring diversity in teaching. We need to bring foreign students to bring diversity in learning, in the learning process. And
I would
So,
just interfere there to because
sure,
we are just in constraint of the time and we have the second panel as well. So
sure.
thank you so much, both Suresh sir and Gai sir, for that particular insights. And I'll just take 3 minutes of my moderator time to just sum it up to what exactly was thinking. So with the favors and against, I have brilliant points to make it across. I'll start first with the favor points. One size doesn't fit all is the basic key structure that is there. And that too, something that has already been established at the westerns. The situations, the temperatures, the climate, and the teaching environment is not same. I guess one point where guys are also mentioned across was that the academic liberty, academic research strength, and academic payment opportunities are also not similar. So when and with side to what the Olympic example, what it was a wonderful example, sir, that yes, when we have international standards to meet, it isn't on a point across who is a crybaby, who's not a crying baby across. It's a competition among equals that yes, you have qualified to that particular level. But yes, we should also not forget that it's a competition of equality among equals and not the equality with unequals. The parameters that are bringing across, like yes, the particular ranking population, yes, I would consider it. And the example of China, which Suresh cited, was a wonderful example that they have their own Shanghai ratings. In the similar format, what the RF, I totally go ahead with that particular factor as well of the Guru ratings as well. That yes, they have to. And bringing to what guys you mentioned, yes, we have to pace up. That's a basic thing across. But we should not forget that the topic is that the major institutions in India are already forfeiting that particular thing, or they are already at par with that particular global standards. But it's just that the ranking system, when it come across, I agree that the profit is the basic thing. Where in India, education is still considered to be a non-for-profit thing across, and it's not a business. And there are various judgments of the Supreme Court on that particular fact as well, that yes, education should come not as a profit earning thing, but it's major towards in building of the society and things across. With this, I guess I'll wrap up the first sub part. And with this, I'll move to the second portion or the second sub theme and the panel there. So for the second, in speaking again for the favor, we have Dr. Anita Mahar, ma'am. I'll take a minute to introduce her first. Dr. Anita Mahar is an academician as well as an administrator. Approximately 23 years of rich experience of different academic profiles, from assistant professor to the head of department to dean academics to principal of NRI Institute of Information Science and Technology, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, and now the dean of the School of Electrical and Electronical Engineering, VIT Bhopal. She has worked approximately 19 years in affiliated institutions and 3 years of working in the National Repute University as well. She is quite familiar with the working of both, and her experience will benefited for both the other things as well. At present, she is working as a director for the Oriental College of Technology in the highest one of those particular reputed institutions here. She has a good research background and approximately 90 research publications in international reputed journals, 500 plus citations, H Index 8 and I-10 Index 6. She has been a reviewer in many international journals and chaired many technical sessions as well. She has also participated in various panel discussions of national and international level summits. We welcome you, ma'am. And before I just hand it over for you to deliver your particular insights in the favor of this particular notion, I'll also include Dr. Harish Ramaswamy, sir, there. So Dr. Harish Ramaswamy is currently appointed as the founding Vice Chancellor of the newly formulated Raichur University, Raichur. He has over 32 years of teaching experience in the Department of Political Science, both at the University of Mysore and the Karnataka University, Dharwad. He worked as a professor in the Department of Political Science, Karnataka University, Dharwad, and served as a director at the UGC Human Resource Development Center, Karnataka University, Dharwad, for a period of 5 years. He's worked as an editor for the journals, serving as the board of reviewer for Sage Publications India Private Limited. He is a UGC nominee on the governing body of the colleges in Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. He served as the member of Jawaharlal Nehru University for a period of 3 years, nominated by the President of India. International visitor to USA. He has been a fellow of Salzburg Seminar and Alumnus. He's a Nippon fellow for Salzburg, Austria, and its alumnus. He has guided over 22 PhDs and 13 MPhil students. He's the author of nearly 82 research publications and reviewed several books and journals, delivered more than 150 keynote addresses. We welcome you, sir, as well. And quickly moving to Anita ma'am there. Ma'am, your take on how to speak again in the favor, and I will also take that you can take the insights of what Suresh sir has mentioned on to add your own points. Over to you, Amita ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Devanshu, for such a nice introduction. Uh, First of all, let me take a thanks to all the organizers who have arranged such a wonderful event. Especially thankful to QS IGAUGE. They are the presenting for this conference, and special thanks to Jagran Lake City University and the Oriental University Indore, who are going to co-sponsor this particular event. Now, coming to the topic, that is our higher education institution are at par of global standards, but the rankings are not able to measure it. Before going into the debate of this topic, as I have been assigned the responsibility to speak in favor of, I just want to bring some facts related to the India, our country, and then later on little bit I will throw some lights on the parameters on which the global ranking framework works, and then I will try to present my views why the global rankings are not going to measure our institutions, although we are following the standards of the global. As far as India is concerned, it is having a huge geographical area. We are a country of a 1.3 million people, and we are having a lot of diversities amongst the people in terms of geography, in terms of social, economy aspects. So, like if I go for the number of universities, higher institutions and the universities, we are the country who is having 900 university all over the India. We are having near about 40,000 higher institutions in the India. And still, although we did very well in the last 70 to 75 years as far as the education industry is concerned, I must say the industry, because although the institutions have been registered for the non-profit agency, but now it became an industry. Now, if you see the ranking of the India in the talent search, we are having 72 ranks amongst 132 countries as far as the global talent competitive index is concerned. This is something about the India, because without understanding the local thing, without understanding our country, we cannot talk about the global ranking. So this was the brief introduction. We all are aware. Now coming to the QS ranking, I have gone through with the parameters of QS ranking. If we see the parameters, they are giving 40% to the academic reputation. They are giving 10% to the employer reputation. They are marking the institutions as per 20% for faculty-student ratio, 20% for faculty citations and publication, and 10% they are giving the ranking as per the international faculty and student ratio in the Indian universities. I will start. So a little bit I throw some light on the Indian scenario, and I have briefed about the ranking framework of the QS ranking. I'm not talking about NBA because the topic is with respect to the global ranking. So I'm simply comparing with the global ranking parameters. I will start with the last one. As the topic is that we are matching the standards, but we are not ranked by the global ranking framework. The reason, I just want to clear out one by one parameters of the global ranking framework. That is the QS ranking. I will start with the last point, last parameter of a global ranking framework, that is the international faculty and student ratio. If I deeply think about this particular point, what is happening? This parameter is mainly favoring to the, like it is going in favor to the countries which are not having that much population. Because when we compare India, in our country, near about 20 million students are studying in the higher education institution. And we are going to calculate the percentage of a foreign students. Then 20 million students, if we are going to calculate the percentage of foreign students, that number is very high. So depending on the population, that point, if we talk about the Singapore, I'm just giving the comparison with the Singapore. If we talk about the Singapore, maybe the enrollment ratio in the higher institution, as per the numbers, comparative numbers, they are not that much high. So for them, the maintaining the percentage of international students is little bit easy in comparison to India, because everything revolves around the population. So one thing is, like the country like India, where the population pressure is there, in those countries, maintaining the percentage of an international student with respect to the 20 million registrations of the higher institution registration is a quite difficult task. So because of that reason, our ranking, we are not reaching to the very good numbers of a global ranking. The second thing is faculty, international faculty. Of course, as the enrollment ratio in the higher institution in India is very high, so as per that, to maintaining the faculty ratio, our faculty members requirement is also high. Again, as the faculty numbers are high, so definitely to maintain the percentage of international faculty members is again a little bit a challenging task for the Indian universities. Now, although it is having the 10% weightage in the global ranking, but the thing is, when the institutions or the universities are having almost similar marks in all the major matrices of the global ranking, then that 10% is going to play a big role in reaching to the top positions of these global ranking framework. So, of course, the last two parameters, that is international faculty ratio, that matters of 5%, and international student ratio, that also matters the 5% in the global ranking, because of the population and the enrollment ratio in the higher education. In India, we are it is difficult for us to maintain that ratio and get the good numbers in that particular point parameters. Now coming to the there is another parameter, that is the research and citations of the faculty. The marks for that 20%. Again, I'm just going to compare with the Singapore national NLU. I'm going to give a just comparison with that. There are cut because the number of citations and the research publication, it depends on the what kind of domain education is happening in that particular country. If you see the Singapore, in Singapore, the traditional courses that they are running, that is engineering, maybe the science and the economics. And the when we talk about these domains, in these domains, normally the students are also involved, and the publications are little bit easy in these domains. Whereas if we see the Indian scenario, in Indian scenario, apart from engineering and all these science streams and the economics stream, we are also having other domains in which depending on the local needs, we are having other programs also where the publications are not that much easy as in the case of engineering, science and economics. So this is the because of the local needs and other things, because of that we lose some numbers. Now coming to the third point, that is a faculty student ratio. Of course, the numbers which we need to cater in the higher education, that are very high. So definitely because of the funding, as KG Suresh sir also has raised that point, that in India we consider the institution as a non-profit organization. So because of the limitations of the fund, sometimes neither management in the private institutions or the private university nor the government is having that much fund to maintain that faculty student ratio. So this is also the another point where we lack the points. Now coming to the next last to important that plays a very major role in the ranking system, that is the academic reputation and employer reputation. I'm not blaming the global ranking system, but these are the two areas where a lot of debates are there. A lot of points have been raised on these two particular points, because the way they are checking the academic reputation and the employer reputation, that is basically it's debatable. And the second thing is the number of respondents that they are considering in these feedback forms, that is also a little bit debatable. I just want to share few data with you, then I will come to this point. Because these two reputations they are checking based on the feedbacks that they are going to receive from the respondent, and that feedback is totally impression based. It is neither linked with the actual experience in that particular university. And of course, the major thing is the percentage of a respondent that they are considering from the particular country. I just want to throw the light on some facts. If I talk about UK, they are going to consider the 7.3% respondent against the population of 65 million. If I talk about Malaysia, they are going to consider 3.7% respondent against the population of 20 million. Singapore, 0.8 against the population of 5 million. Australia, 4% respondent they are going to consider against the population of 20 millions. USA, 10% respondent they are going to consider against the population of 320 million. And we are the country of 1.3 million population. And it's quite natural that they are giving more percentage of a respondent to Malaysia and UK in comparison. If we see the population size of these countries, that percentage is very high. Okay, so it is quite obvious that these countries are going to give a good, going to get a good ranking in the global ranking framework. Okay, then coming to the methodology that they are following for these surveys, you can say that 50% scores in the global ranking are coming from the reputation surveys from academician and the employers. This parameter is totally based on the impression. It means it depends on how survey respondents perceives the university in their question, in the question. So it is totally a perception based. It is nowhere linked with the what a particular student having feedback of the teaching learning processes and all those. Now, one more thing I want to say in this, if I talk about the employer survey, employers may survey is a little bit different. The way that they are conducting the employer survey, they are asking the employers to identify those institutions.
Amita ma'am, we just have next 30 seconds to just sum it up.
Yes, I'm going to finish it. So from which they source the most competent, innovative, and effective graduates. Okay, so means they are not asking to compare the students if it is a pass out from the Harvard University or it is a pass out from the IITs. So in terms of teaching learning process or in terms of the quality of the student, they are not comparing. They are taking the employer's feedback based on the which institution they are preferring to select the student, and they are competent. So there are few areas where the ranking framework is not matching the local needs of India. And apart from that, QS is a business model. Universities need to pay for to be evaluated. Of course, our NIRF is also on that pattern only. So at last, I just want to say that Professor Ghai also mentioned that thing. Ultimately, we have to come, whatever the local conditions can be, we have to compete with the global rankings. No matter whether those global rankings are favoring to us or not on few parameters based on our local scenario and other things. So that's it from my side. At last, I will also say, as per the KG Suresh sir, our institutions are nowhere lagging. when we can produce Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai kind of products from our IITs. And of course, one of the speaker was saying that if they will not go to US, they cannot be an CEO of Google headquarters and all. But I just want to mark that education is from India. Of course, after education, the opportunities are not there in India. But I must say that they are the product of Indian education system. They are not the product of UK education or US education system. Thank you. I will close my talk here. Over to Hari sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amita ma'am. I guess I'll take that thing into consideration when I come out and sum it up the second panel thing. With this, I'll move to Dr. Harish Ramaswamy sir and to take his opinions on, yes, what is against those particular things. So I hope you are audible to us and the technical difficulties that you're been facing across. Over to you, Harish sir, if you can just hear us and we can just take your points quickly onto what exactly is this situation out here. On to speak over it, I'll request that he can be unmuted and you can unmute yourself, sir, and just start with the points on against that. Yes, many institutions in India are at par to the global standards, but the ranking is not reflecting so. Harish, sir. So I guess he is having some technical difficulties, and if I may utilize this particular time to just quickly, and by the time he'll be joining us, I can take these points that to what the three speakers, and I guess it would not be a good point to hear two favors and one against. So I can barge in with the against points as well. But yes, to quickly sum it up to what majorly, I'll start first with Amita ma'am's thing. Wonderful, ma'am. The points, the numbers that you started off, yes, that was a valid point that yes, when it comes to the ranking systems, when it comes to the basic things across, numbers are a big thing that plays into the role. And when, and to relate to what Suresh sir also pointed out, numbers bring in the amount, which is one of those particular criteria. Very well pointed out, Amita ma'am, was the point that where on the 5 formats which we are there, or the 5 standards or the 5 parameters where we are ranked across, where at 4 we are at par, it's just the one of that last 10% or last 5% which plays the major ranking roles as well. And we all know that how the competition is there, and just by the whiskers of points or the numbers there, the ranking shifts from nearly into a 2-digit to a 3-digit thing. And that is exactly what India or the Indian institutions are being suffering from. A point that I wanted to keep at the last, but I guess with that technical disturbance from Ramaswamy sir's end, is what guys have mentioned was very particularly on one very distinct issue, that is the dilution of subjects and to choose among them all. It is often said that we can't be the masters of all. Examples like Sachin Tendulkar, examples like Michael Phelps, examples like Usain Bolt are those particular things who have excelled in one particular field itself. And that is where we as in educational institutions in our country need to pace up. Yes, I would agree, as I guess to what each one of us would also agree, that yes, at one standard where the rankings or the standards or the frameworks or the parameters are universal to all. It is also doesn't come as well. They already have these parameters kept, and this is common whether it's a Western institution, whether it's a lower populated country or it's a high populated country. The education standards, yes, we agree that when we come to our thing, the catering of the local needs is a priority for our country. The catering of the vernacular languages is a priority for our country. And promoting of our thing, I guess the national education policy is somewhere we should not be forgetting is made in line to that particular thing. So I would like to thank that particular framework, yes, lately of. One thing that we should also not forget is the parameters that these international standards parameters that have been set across. They have also been set keeping in mind the Western institutions. They have never been kept or talked about that, okay, what are the institutional requirements or can we take it above or at the below level? while each of the institution that would be facing, like for example, Suresh sir's example of Shanghai University ranking system, or the example which the Indian standards are coming onto the NIRFs or the particular thing. I would also call it to be one of those very young things that we have been seeing. I am pretty confident on saying this point that 20 years down the line, when these rankings and these systems were not so talked about things, even when we were taking admissions into our educational institutions, we never thought about the rankings of this particular institution, which today, as what guys have mentioned, that yes, with the expansion of the IT, every person who, before joining a university, searches of that particular course, the prospects of that particular course. Not only that, they talk about the placements right at the date of joining, irrespective of which course they are entering onto. So these things have brought that these standards and these parameters would, and once that ranking is achieved by any of these institutions, yes, they have been taken across. I would also cite an example that yes, we have a base that is developed. The IITs or the IIMs in India, they develop that particular base, which yes, is capitalized by the so-called Indian students who then become a foreign student and go and study into a Western education institutions. And they have led to be that particular thing. Also, the industry parameter is something that was talked in the previous things as well, that industries are also buying those particular things, and they are very predetermined that only the elite institutions to be taken across. A wonderful example, which I would definitely, or I always cite across, is the example which Suresh said of the Ivy League institutions. The total number of students there is either matching 1 or 2 universities in India. So yes, when it comes to the teaching, it's teaching for all. The standards at our universities, some of the oldest universities in India, they have been there teaching or bringing the foreign thing. Guys have mentioned across that the diversity would, any case, would bring not only a vision, but some new ideas, and also the open deliberations like these that is happening across. So with this, I would just quickly cross-check it once again, whether we have Harish sir there or not, which I felt is, again, is on certain technical issues on that thing. So we have left with just last 4 minutes. I'll give 1 minute each to all of my 3 speakers, and I'll start first with Suresh sir there. So Suresh sir, just one last minute where we can just conclude to your final points across after listening to all the 3 panel speakers today on this particular debate.
Well, thank you, Devanshu. Very interesting discussions. And while I do, agree with Dr. Ghai on many points but you see, our situation is different. Our situation is different. We are not in a level playing field. I know that, we all have to have common parameters, like he mentioned about Olympics, but Olympics is different altogether. There only the physical fitness levels that is required. Here, the parameters, the norms are different. Population, the kind of population that we cater to, if you're looking at percentage, as Dr. Amita mentioned, 5%. Now, for us, the 5% would be huge because our universities, I mean, we have colleges, for example, my university, I have 1.5 lakh students. If you're going to look at 5%, it's nothing. Similarly, there are universities with which hundreds of colleges are affiliated and they have lakhs of students. And if you're going to count foreign percentage, foreign students, foreign faculty, how do we fit into that entire scenario? We just don't. So we need to have, it's not a level playing field. It's a field, yes, it's been opened. But it's not a level playing field, We need to, so I am all for, global standards. I am not at all opposing. But I believe that we need to have a level playing field. And our situations are totally different, And again, the biggest factor is in terms of, for example, the profitability. We don't have a profit model of education at all in this country. We are all not for profit. Even Dr. Ghai's university is not for profit. They cannot show on paper profits. But look at the global university systems. They are profit-making companies. So once if these are rectified, and if this special kind of a view is taken of the Indian current scenario, and that is factored in the global rankings, I'm all for global rankings. But these factors also have to be taken into account. That's all.
True. Thank you so much, Suresh sir, for that wonderful remark as well. With this, I'll move to Amita ma'am quickly to just your 1 minute of how you particularly take it before I finally take Ghai sir, and then I'll conclude this particular session. Amita ma'am.
Dr. Devanshu, can you repeat your question? For some time I was disconnected, sir.
Okay,
Can
ma'am,
you
I'll
repeat your
just give you
question?
one last. I'm just giving you one last minute to just conclude to what exactly your points after listening both to the favors and against. So just one last conclusion point. Last 1 minute, ma'am, please.
Sir, from my side, the last point is I will try to conclude my things on single sentence that definitely global ranking will be because we are the one of a part of global system. So we cannot deny the global ranking, but at the same time, when these ranking frameworks are working, we have to consider the local scenario also because when the two-person cannot be of same qualities, how we can imagine that at a global level, all these so many countries and the universities in India itself, I mentioned we are having 900 university, 40,000 higher education institution. Forget about the numbers of school education, the number of schools that we are having in India. So the single formula cannot work for each and everyone. Of course, that happens in the grading system also when we are going to finalize on the grading system for the students also. So for some student it works fine, for some students it doesn't work fine. So that's a matter of debate. It's an endless debate. The only thing which we can say that institutions are nowhere lacking, and as I mentioned that the last point we are lacking, and that is the major factor for deciding the ranking, and that factor cannot be only based on the universities, because being as a developing country, the country may not be in choice of a lot of foreign teachers. See? So it's not only the university. When the students are coming to our country and they are going to study, or the faculty members from the foreign country, they are going to stay. It's not only university plays a role. The overall country image is also playing a big role in that. Sorry to say.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I guess that was one very good point for the concluding thing. And then I'll move lastly to Dr. Ghai. Sir, your remarks after listening to both the favor movements as well. Is there a change to what you said across, or you still go about it that way?
No, see,
Over to you.
it's 2 against 1, okay, and I am supposed to say against, so I'm going to stick to my guns till the last minute. So thank you, Devanshu, and very valid points by Professor Dr. Suresh, and very valid points by Dr. Mahor. I really appreciate the points that you guys have put forth. Dr. Mahor's points carried where she went into the numbers. That was really nice because she did her homework, she did her research. That was very nice. And Dr. Suresh's points are, of course, absolutely valid. But I just want to say, because this is the concluding of the debate, I just want to say that, we need to look inwards. We need to look at our weaknesses. And, ultimately, it's the global rankings that we are all reaching out for. So we need to accept the fact that maybe we are a little behind, so that, in fact, that's good because we need to work. We have something to do. We have some work to put in to reach there. And, turning a blind eye, or not just saying that, okay, this is not right for me, or, there is a Hindi saying, naach na jane angan teda. So we should not do that. I just want to say that even in business, even when it comes to import export, let's take the case of import export, where you're competing globally in the global markets. Okay, you need to have the best product out there. Why is China able to export so much? Because they are giving the best product at the cheapest cost. So you need to play globally even when it comes to industry. So, and when governments practice protectionism, that is the worst thing.
Yeah.
Let us not have a protectionism. Let us not have a protectionist outlook. Let's understand that we are expected to compete globally, and gear up for it, and let QS help us out.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that remark. So now comes the ball in my court as a moderator for this particular session. I would just conclude by saying just 2 lines that yes, the many Indian institutions are at par. Measurable, not measurable is something. But yes, one thing that we all as Indians have been always ready, we are up for challenges. So taking the global parameters as the challenges upfront will definitely inner door. I totally agree with Gaisa when he said that yes, it is up to us. And then whether it's a matter of 2 years or 5 years or 3 years, where we can also be on that particular point. It's not hiding away, it's not running away. It's just like, yes, the competition standards are high and we are ready and we are pacing it up to make it that particular thing. On this note, a wonderful debate. I would not call it to be an end of debate. I would really want to keep it up because these things ignite us. And as the igniting things, we have definitely been the changing lives. This is what the motto of the university is, and this is what we have been following. On that note, thanking KG Suresh sir, thanking Amita ma'am, thanking Gai sir for their wonderful time, for their wonderful insights, and bringing to this debate to a very healthy and a one that, yes, as an head for the public policy school, I would say, yes, it can be a basis of a good policy papers as well. So with this, thank you all the three panelists. I would also thank Dr. Harish for in absentia for not being able to join because of technical difficulties, which is over, I guess, which is something that we all have to accept as well. So thank you all the fellow panelists there, and over to you, ma'am, for that particular thing.
Thank you, sir. I thank all the debate participants and our moderator, Dr. Divenshu Srivastava, for this engaging and exciting exchange of ideas. We will now take a short lunch break and we will be back at 1:15 p.m. to continue the conference. I urge all the delegates and speakers to use this break for networking on the platform. See you all at 1:15.
Higher education in a country sets the tone for its socio-economic growth, a powerful means to take a country into the mainstream of globalization. Indian higher education system is one of the largest education systems in the world. This expansive landscape and the myriad options leave the students wondering. An informed choice in such a diverse dynamic ecosystem demands a careful understanding of educational institutions. Rating colleges and universities has turned out to be a need for all the internal and external stakeholders of the education sector. The students, parents, employers, researchers, governments, and all others associated primarily perceive an institution's performance based on its ranking and rating. QS IGAUGE, a brand incorporated in India as an independent private sector enterprise, specializes in rating higher education institutions in India. The brand brings together global expertise, experience, and reputation of UK-based Quacquarelli Simons, QS that focuses on higher education rating and assessment. QS IGAUGE rating is customized for higher education institutions in India. The rating provides a unique 360-degree perspective of Indian institutions of higher learning. The rating methodology includes 7 primary criteria and 5 secondary criteria. The same team that produces the authoritative QS World University Rankings and related regional and subject rankings, as well as the globally recognized QS Stars University rating system, closely supervises the processes of QS IGAUGE. Close supervision by QS Intelligence Unit in London ensures independence, quality, and integrity of the ratings and a global recognition to the institutions. Incorporated in 2018, QS IGAUGE has till now rated and partnered reputed colleges and universities in India. For building the brand image as a tool to improve an institution's organization and management, as a basis for making important decisions, or for influencing partnerships and collaborations. College and university ratings are a great way to position a brand and help communities make informed decisions. QS IGAUGE, India's first nationwide higher education rating system, is here to deliver credible ratings with its dedicated efforts.
Welcome back to the Madhya Pradesh edition of R.I.S.E conference. We had an enriching series of sessions in the first half. So, without any further delay, let us move on to the next session, which is the panel presentation of the case study on Madhya Pradesh as an international higher education hub. To moderate this session, I invite Ms. Karen Burr, who is an account manager at QS Uni Solution. Karen has many years of experience in business and marketing industry and support for move-on related queries processes. I now hand over the session to Miss Karen. Over to you.
Thank you, Ashwini. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's panel presentation, Madhya Pradesh as an international higher education hub. I'm pleased to introduce our 2 panelists, Professor Divakar Shukla, Professor and Dean at the Faculty of Journalism and Creative Studies and Head of Advancement and International Affairs from Jagra and Lake City Universities, and as well Professor Prashant Salvan, Professor of Strategy and International Business at IIM Indore, India. I will now pass on the word to Professor Shukla for the next 15 minutes. After this, we will hear Professor Salvan, followed by a short presentation about QS Move On.
Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you so much for this, quick introduction as well as invite to this particular panel. I'm feeling extremely excited because I have Professor Salvan as my co-panelist. Whatever I know, the kind of work he has done over the period of time as an academician, as a professional,
is pretty impressive. And I'm sure that, his inputs as a part of this panel would also, enrich me as well and give me a sense of where exactly this discussion has to go, so to say. Interesting topic, Madhya Pradesh as the international hub for higher education. I was going through various sets of data points for Madhya Pradesh as far as internationalization is concerned. The kind of universities we have it in Madhya Pradesh. Also, the kind of content which is often used to showcase how internationalization is happening, in Madhya Pradesh. There are 2 or 3 things which comes to my mind, and I think they are very important to keep in mind as we, kind of discuss this internationalization and international hub, so to say. One is we have to very clearly differentiate between whether doing some partnerships internationally makes us international hub. Does it mean that we teach the same kind of a syllabus which maybe international universities may be teaching, makes us international hub? Does it mean that we have more number of universities, almost about 2,400 or 500, higher educational institutions within Madhya Pradesh? Many of them would definitely say that we have international collaborations. Does that make us internationalized as well as international hub? So there are different ways in which one can interpret internationalization within Madhya Pradesh. Why I bring this point up is because I think it is very important to understand what does it really mean. Now, if we are able to understand that a bit, I think then this international hub, becomes something much more concrete, and there could be many ways in which we need to, interpret it. I feel that any kind of internationalization needs to have a solid commitment. It's just not a question of doing the MOUs or partnerships. It means putting all that into action in some form. Internationalization and creating an international hub also means that how many students internationally or how many faculty members come down to Madhya Pradesh to maybe research, work with the universities and higher educational collaborations between the student to student. And also, most important is how exactly the benchmarking of content and syllabus and curriculum happens. That is another part of it. There's another angle also which I feel is very important when we talk of international hub, is there a greater engagement of international industry per se, or of industries, so to say, with the students or faculty members from Madhya Pradesh? What is that level of engagement is another, kind of a point on which we need to discuss. I have seen over the period, I would not, go back too far, but international hub Madhya Pradesh has always been the topic of discussion. Educationally, Madhya Pradesh has been in higher education, has been at the forefront of some amazing national level institutions in the state, doing some amazing work across different disciplines. But over the period of about 5 to 7 years, I've seen a lot of good work starting to happening on ground when we talk of internationalization and collaborations. Just to give you an example, and I'll take an example close to my university, and I think that was kind of a manifestation of what many universities will be doing. And I know that IIMS Indore is definitely doing a lot of work around it. So at our university, what we often do is that one way of looking at exposing the students with international faculty members or with international students per se is to create collaborations, whether they are in-person collaborations before pre-COVID, or now many of them are happening in terms of virtual collaborations. These collaborations are centered around issues where any of the international universities and our universities would collaborate or would converge. For example, if it is in the marketing space, the same kind of challenges can be picked up, and interpretation from a central India or from an India perspective, as well as from a, say, German perspective, comes into play. And those projects are worked along with the students over the period of time and then presented to the professors from both sides. In the physical world, before the pre-COVID situations, the students used to travel and come down, including the Indian students used to go there and be a part of the entire kind of deliberations and collaborations. So that was one way of looking at how exactly these these engagements actually manifest in action. Another point which is very, very important to understand from an international hub perspective is that Madhya Pradesh, interestingly, is very well placed. Being in central India, it's very well placed. Major towns in Madhya Pradesh, I've seen there is a huge amount of aspirations within the student communities growing. I was looking at the figures of incoming students as well as outgoing students. We realized that this is growing day by day. And one of the manifestations, I would say, is the number of consultancies within Madhya Pradesh which are advising or consulting the students how they need to go out, study abroad, and those things happening. In a span of over 3-4 years, those number of consultancies have mushroomed actually. That just shows the level of interactions and level of aspirations with the students have it. They were always there, but certainly they have just, ballooned, so to say. Many institutions of repute, nationally, internationally, and obviously they were based in Madhya Pradesh. Now they have grown. A lot of collaborations in terms of faculty to faculty is happening. That again makes this particular destination in the state extremely exciting for many of the international universities. I remember, I'm sure that Professor Salwan would be able to kind of throw more light on it. I remember many times international universities, when they used to kind of interact with Indian universities, and talking about, say, Central India itself, there was a lot of kind of a process in terms of understanding the credibility of these institutions as well. A lot of debate used to happen. But today we see many institutions getting a lot of requests from international universities and of name, trying to collaborate with Indian universities and local government supporting it. In our case, I know that state government has many times supported us. In each of the universities, international students coming down to Bhopal or Indore or to Jabalpur and different places, coming down and studying as a part of it. Initially, as the government of India statistics says, Nepal, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, these were the countries where a lot of students used to come down to India. But just 2019, we have students, many of the students coming down from Europe. And suddenly that particular space is also opening up. Why is this happening is because I think a lot of universities and higher education institutions led by Indian Institute of Management, IITs, and National Law Judicial Academies, the benchmarking of the processes have gone up. So the moment that goes up, certainly our credibility in terms of how we become international hub goes up as well. We all know that European Union, tuning project, they are running currently. There's a project called, R.I.S.E project, which is internationalization of curriculum happening training, where many universities are part of it, all India. But from Central India, my university, JLU, is also part of it. And when you see that happening, that kind of a collaboration and benchmarking happening, obviously at some point of time, this particular international hub, if you're calling it, would become more strengthened. One more thing before I kind of close and give it back to you, Karen, is we also need to be very clear when we say international hub. Are we talking of making campuses international, which means amenities, infrastructure, those things? Are we talking of running 2 or 3, 4 programs and saying that we have international collaborations within the program? Does it make international hub? Or does it mean that we have processes, systems, knowledge base, integration between Indian knowledge base and search for knowledge, as well as a global benchmarking converging? So there are 3-4 parameters on which I always, kind of map international, internationalization. I feel a lot of ground has been covered in Central India and Madhya Pradesh particularly. But I think we are the stage where a lot of solid work has to start happening, led by some of the institutions who have been there and doing it. Virtual interactions have obviously kind of speeded up this particular process, a lot of interactions happening. But I think a lot of ground has to be covered. But I can definitely say that Madhya Pradesh as a state has done well in terms of making those, kind of inroads in the internationalization of higher education. So I'll hand it back to you, Karen.
Thank you very much for these interesting insights in the aspects of internationalization in Madhya Pradesh. I'm now pleased to hand over to Professor Salwan for the next 10-15 minutes, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. Thanks a lot, Karen. Thanks, Professor Shuklaji. Can I share my presentation? Just a minute. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see it.
So, yeah, sure. Done. So I'll start. Thanks a lot. It was a great opportunity to be here. So it's an amazing topic, frankly speaking. Even as an academic committee member of NAC, these are the things where we actually evaluate firms. So the main topic given to me was Madhya Pradesh as an international higher education hub. So, but to make you understand per se what you mean by international higher education hub, we have to know something from the base to actually deciding how a state can become an education hub. If you look at Madhya Pradesh, in higher education, approximately 1.1 million students are there. We have 49 universities in Madhya Pradesh and approximately 1,405 colleges. And if you want to make Madhya Pradesh as a state international hub, there are multiple strategies, both private institutions, government institutions, plus a government has to do as a policy initiative to make it as an international education hub. If you go in depth on international education hub, we can say that the forces and opportunities of globalizations have dramatically impacted higher education, especially cross-border education. As Professor Shukla was just mentioning about how education, international of faculty and students coming in his particular university has really helped generation. The same thing happens here is the cross-border education has become actually a norm today. Utilization of higher education refers to the mobility of people, programs, providers, projects, and policies between and among the countries. And studies of higher education shows that international academic mobility is fundamental to the mission of universities. Actually, university per se is regarded as a universe. So naturally, we have a strong international accreditation. You will be required when you look at it, this line of circumstances. So an international education hub, if you look at this particular definition, it is in older generation, yes, we had, but initially now it has become a strategic mapping for country specific to attract students to come to that place. I'll be showing you some case studies of some international universities and then also telling you about Ahmedabad. And international education hub actually has been labeled as a third generation of cross-border education. They build on the first generation of student mobility and the second generation of program and provider mobility. So there are three mature cycles. See, when you have to become an international education hub, there are three levels of maturity cycle: first generation, second, and the third generation. So an education hub can be at the country level, zone, or city level and involve a critical mass of collaboration between international, local universities, student research institutes, and the private industry body. So it's a combination of ecosystem partners which actually help to develop an education hub. So it is important to recognize that an education hub reflects a country's plan and priority serve and be recognized as a center for education expertise, excellence, and economic activity in the region and beyond. So naturally, when you develop an education hub, it doesn't not only help the people who are involved there, but on innovation, knowledge creation, development of economy are the very critical activity. So there are multiple factors required to develop an international education hub. And the first and the foremost is modernization of domestic tertiary education system, generating income, creating a skilled workforce, remaining or becoming economically competitive, developing a regional profile, promoting knowledge diplomacy, and transmission to a knowledge and service-based economy. The most critical part here is, please understand something. India as a country had an issue of shifting from agriculture to directly to service-based economy. So we have to, if you really want to go to a manufacturing and then shift to service, education, manufacturing, and service-based economy, we really need to develop a huge knowledge perspective on the manufacturing per se. So as I mentioned to you, there are three generations of cross-border education. First generation talks about people mobility. So our students go, their students come. So students, faculty, and scholars move to a foreign country for education and research purposes. So the students, they engage in a full degree or a short-term study, research, fieldwork, internship, exchange programs. Faculty moves to teach, engage in professional development and pursuit of research, and scholars move to strengthen international research collaboration networks. This is the first generation. This is how the people used to go to another universities abroad and then do the work, both from a faculty point of view, scholar or students, and come back. Then the second generation maturity level came, wherein program and provider mobility means programs, institutions, or companies move across jurisdictional borders to deliver education and training. So programs includes twin, franchise, joint, double, multiple degree, online, distance program. So what happens, like we have a program of our MBA wherein they go to Bocconi University in Italy, they go to University of Texas at Dallas to work on one particular degree to get a joint degree perspective. So these are the things that will come into place where program, institutions, companies move across jurisdictional boundaries to deliver education and training. And they have branch offices, campuses, franchisee, all independent institutes. So they have multiple things happening here. So from a student just going there and studying, you also have a university being going to another place, or people having multiple programs, or different type of multiple degree programs. Then the third generation is education hub. Education hub comes to the third most mature level of internationalization of education. Now, what happens in third generation was countries, cities, or special zone attract foreign students, research employees, program providers, and research and development companies for purpose of education, training, knowledge, production, and innovation. Now, you have to very clearly understand, if you want to make Madhya Pradesh as a knowledge hub, education hub, these are the things which we need to attract them. So what they do, they have a student hub. So I'm going to tell you about each level what Madhya Pradesh need to do. One is student hub. Student program providers move to a foreign country for education purposes. Talent hub. Students and workers move to a foreign country for education and training and staying for employment purposes. And knowledge and innovation hub, where education, researchers, scholars, higher education institutions and research and development centers move to a foreign country to produce knowledge and innovation. So issue here is we have to make Madhya Pradesh as an international knowledge hub, education hub. It really have to work on all these three parameters of hub development. One is called student hub development, talent hub development, and knowledge and innovation hub development. So if you look at from the point of view about mobile students in the world, from 238,000 in 1960s to 4 million to 6 million in 2018. So if you look at the global students market is approximately 6 million, which will double in next 10 years. So they say it will be 12 million approximately by 2024. The driving rationale and the destiny of country have changed substantially. Now, there's just some inputs I'd like to give it here. Student mobility involves more than enrolling in academic courses abroad. It can include research or fieldwork, internship, or PRADESH, means workshop and small activity like we are doing. Now, we are just having an FDB program in Indore, and from our neighboring countries, a lot of faculties are attending. So it's like a practicum or a workshop which international participants attend. If you look at from the world point of view, how education hub development took place, the students across the globe, they go to United States at the first, the maximum host, second is United Kingdom, then France, Australia, Germany. But what happened was, now you will see these countries like United States, United Kingdom, France, Australia, and Germany, top five, their share in international enrollment has declined, and it has further declined to 42% in 2018. So there are new people, new players have come into international student recruitment, especially from Asia. And in Asia, East Asia and Pacific region, the traditional destination like Australia and Japan are rivaled by newcomers like China, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, Singapore, and New Zealand, which collectively host 6% of the global share of the mobile student market by 2012 and 2018. Arab states like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates hosted 4% of the global share of mobile students. And by 2025, it is estimated that 7.8 million students will be enrolled in foreign countries for their tertiary education. So issue here is the traditional head of education are being shifted now. So yes, students, they go to US, UK, Australia, and Germany, but other new education hubs are coming up like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Australia, Malaysia, and Singapore. The question here is why, and how can we as in Madhya Pradesh can develop as an international hub? As Professor Shukla mentioned, that it is a location-wise an amazing activity. Yes, but we have to leverage it very particularly. Now, what happens here is, if I say, let me come to the third generation of education hub. Education hubs are the most recent development and constitute the third wave of cross-border education initiatives. Education hub build on and can include first and second generation cross-border activities, but they represent a wider and more strategic configuration of actors and activities. This we have to really understand. That's the reason. Then only we can make excellent education hub. An education hub is a concern with a planned effort by a country, a zone, or city to assemble a critical mass of local and international actors to support its effort to build a higher education sector, expand the talent pool, and contribute to the knowledge economy. So like I'm going to give you some examples like how Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, UAE, Qatar, Botswana is becoming a very big, great international education hub. Bahrain, Mauritius, Korea, and Sri Lanka. I was really astonished when I was seeing some numbers that students are going to Sri Lanka more. So India as a location really has to make it a concentrated strategic activity to make it as an education hub. So a strategy of making MP as an education hub is a good activity or first step into it. Now, if you look at this, countries like Malaysia and UAE are a good example of multiple activities and multiple co-location sites, while Hong Kong and Singapore are small enough that a notion of one collation site can apply. In addition, there are cities around the world, for instance, Panama City, Bangalore in India, and Monterrey in Mexico that have been seeking to brand themselves as education or knowledge cities. So this is how the whole shifting. Now, the second city in India which is doing is Pune. Pune is developing itself as Oxford of the East, they used to say, but now Bangalore and Pune are in international timeline to decide the number of foreign students coming and deciding about education and knowledge hub there. If you want to make MP as an international education hub, there are a few things which we have to very carefully understand that. If you see the definition of an education hub is a planned effort to build a critical mass of local and international actors strategically engaged in cross-border education, training, knowledge production, and innovative initiatives. Like I showed you earlier from the student thing, correct, from the faculty thing and the company point of view, we have to really make them strategically, we need to engage in a cross-border education, training, knowledge production, and innovative activities. To do that, let us understand few things. If you look at this first sentence called Student Hub is the most focused type of education hub. Its key activity is educating and training local expatriates and international students. In addition to recruiting students, this model also seeks to increase access to all type of students by attracting foreign and higher education institutes, offering franchised and twinning programs for established branch campuses. The primary objective of the Student Hub is to provide increased access to higher education for local students, to generate revenue from international student fees, expand the capacity of local higher education institutes, to internationalize the domestic higher education system, and to enhance the profile, branding, and ranking of local HEIs and the host country. So, if I take the first step of making MP as a student hub, all private institutes and public institutes in Madhya Pradesh need to have a collaborative program with international organizations, so that the local skill development and the thing increases. So naturally, people will come from abroad stating that, yes, there's a degree program which we are having, and naturally that's great for us to do. Second thing is Talent Hub, skilled workforce. This model focuses on student education and training, but differs from the Student Hub because its overarching goal is human resource development for a skilled workforce. The foreign students are therefore encouraged to remain in the host country for employment purposes. Retention for foreign students workers is central to the central hub. Now here, what is happening here is if you work here, naturally there is no rule which stops a foreign person to get recruited in India. So if you make Madhya Pradesh anchoring as a talent hub, and especially on the talent which is required by local, which I'm just will show you a little later about the industries which we can really focus on, the growth of foreign students coming to Madhya Pradesh will increase tremendously. So the international higher education institutes as well as private training and education companies are encouraged to offer academic programs and professional development opportunities aimed at international expatriates, national students, as well as local employees. The main goal is expand talent pool of skilled workers, build a service to knowledge-based economy, increase economic competitiveness and influence of region and beyond, and strengthen the quality and relevance of labor. And actually, when you do these things, that really help people to come. Yes, I'll come to Madhya Pradesh. I'm going to get a job, a skill plus a job. So that really make people attract and come to the city. And the final one, when you develop an education hub, to be really frank, international education hub, you are actually becoming a knowledge and innovation hub. And this knowledge and innovation hub broadens its mandate beyond education and training to include production and distribution of knowledge and innovation. Foreign actors, including universities, research institutes, companies with major research and development activities, are persuaded through favorable business initiatives to establish a base in the country and to collaborate with local partners in developing applied research, knowledge, and innovation. And this is very critical. See, for example, if I really want Indore auto cluster to really grow, I need to have an amazing metallurgical science, mechanical engineering, plus an automobile engineering collaborative program so that it helps my people to get job and upgrade themselves. So the primary objectives are to build a knowledge and innovative knowledge economy, attract foreign direct investment, expand capacity of local research and development centers, and to increase competitiveness in specialized field, and to enhance soft power. Collaborating among key players, foreign and local education institutes, industry, research, and centers is the key factor in establishing a knowledge innovation hub and providing added value for the major actor. As I gave you an example about automobile cluster, if you do that, naturally we can do a knowledge and innovation hub. Let us take few examples and I'll come to the Indian example. Let us look at Qatar. Qatar didn't have anything. Now they have 10 prestigious universities coming because they created a knowledge innovation education hub. Because due to Qatar Foundation, which oversees the strategy and development of the country's hub plans, their core element is a science and technology park that Qatar established in a free zone, which is a special jurisdiction offering tax and financial incentives to attract international branch campuses, forming international research partnership, building research facilities, developing a research culture, training researchers, and providing major research grants program, and all key component of the Qatar approach. So we can do that, like Madhya Pradesh government is doing, and I'm going to tell you some strategies which we need to implement, which can be really used as to use from a policy decision making and a public-private partnership from private universities and public universities. Look at UAE. UAE has done an amazing strategy from a neighbor Qatar. They developed a student talent education hub. They developed international branch campuses, correct? Knowledge Village in Dubai and Dubai International Academic City. So these are in free zones area, and approximately there are 37 IB international branch operations there. And Abu Dhabi is the wealthiest Emirates, and it did a different strategy. So allied universities from United States, France have been invested in research partnership with foreign universities, and they have done a good thing. So they get good funding, and naturally that made people come there and start to work. The same thing can happen here. That's why I said the collaboration between companies, private institutes, and public university and policy change will really help Madhya Pradesh to reach the international hub. Look at Malaysia. Malaysia is poorer than India, but look at the strategy they have created and the positioning which they have created. They have developed a comprehensive but a diversified approach to position itself as a student education hub with long-term aspiration of becoming a knowledge education hub. So we have to start somewhere. See, knowledge innovation can only happen when you start with student. So Malaysia has doubled its number of international students by attractiveness to Muslim students as a key feature. And they have free zone abetting Singapore is also under development and already home for several branch campuses of major international universities. So issue here is we have to link our economic growth, our local requirement with the studies requirement, which will help us to grow. That's what they did. To MP to grow, now what MP need to do here is focus on cluster universities wherein foreign university can open their branches. So naturally, for example, like Jagran Lake University, they can collaborate, and like Professor Shukla ji is from journalism, so they can have a collaboration with journalism, or sciences they can have, or social sciences they can have. So they can work on a very collaborative field. But if you look at Madhya Pradesh as a state, the skill development which we require are tourism, forest, social sciences, mining and metallurgy, textiles, agriculture, basic sciences, architecture, pharma, and automobile component. So if you look at from the industrial clusters in Madhya Pradesh, these are the major things. So we can have master's program in tourism, and we can have research and develop multiple activity there. We can have social sciences because we have different areas, SC, ST, OBCs, and tribal, so to grow them. Mining and metallurgy is one of the core strength of Madhya Pradesh. So we can have an excellent program on mining and metallurgy, which can really help them to forming of metals and activities. So a collaborative with Max Planck Institute in Germany will help grow up in a very big manner. Agriculture, like for example, value-added activities, value chain in other activities will really help them. Architecture. Pharma, we have hope you know the Asia's largest factory is in Madhya Pradesh near Indore. So, and the different type of pharma products being produced. So naturally, as a MS in pharma, MCom, and Masters in pharma, R&D development base is a very co-creation activity here. Automobile component development. So looking at the local strength, we can decide the collaboration between multiple universities and start at least with student and knowledge innovation hub. We need to develop export promotion zones benchmarked internationally in service and infrastructure. Like for example, just you can Google the link looking at the education hubs we have in UAE, Dubai, Qatar, Malaysia, and in Sri Lanka also. Sri Lanka has created a very unique education hub that we need to develop in the same circumstances, same quality, same service, same type of activity, which would really help us to attract more people. We have local strength. Please understand something. We have everything required. We have amazing ecosystem. As I told you, we have so many colleges and universities. We have 11 million students. We have approximately 1.1 million students. Sorry, we have excellent knowledge hub per se here. Only we have to build an infrastructure, an ecosystem, plus bring people together to help us to come to the third generation of international hub. That's the reason I say the concept of a planned effort indicates that a hub is an international or deliberate project that normally involves a strategy, policy framework, and some public and private investment. In other words, a hub is more than a coincidental interaction or co-location of actors working in education or knowledge sector. The notion of being planned help in decrease the chance that it is merely a fad, a branding exercise, or a spontaneous set of temporary interaction among key players. So what we need to do here is please understand something. If you want to make Madhya Pradesh as an international hub, we have everything required. The only thing we required here is a strategy, a policy framework, and public-private investment so that we can easily come to this level of the third generation of international education hub, where we have a student hub, talent hub, and a knowledge and innovation hub. So I'll just stop here of my sharing. And I'm ready for questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Salvan, for this very interesting insights. Are there questions?
Karen, as the questions come in, I think I totally agree with and very nicely shared, Professor Salvan. Very nicely said that. In fact, I just wanted to add one more bit to the areas where which MP can focus. I've seen a lot of professional courses because there is a very solid base in Madhya Pradesh. Bhopal, I see it very, very carefully happening, is in the space of creative industries. I see, filmmaking, photography, those creative industries, a lot of, professionals are coming from Madhya Pradesh, from central India, Indore and Bhopal both. And they are adding a huge amount of value to the creative industries within India, maybe in Mumbai or in Bangalore or other places. So I think this is another big area where Madhya Pradesh can open up to the global, a set of professionals, students as well. As you talked about the student hub and skill hub and all, I think that is another very big area. I see that happening. And just very culturally rich, as I said. It's so culturally rich that can become as a base for many of those students and international students coming down here and actually making a choice that we need to go to Madhya Pradesh, because I think it's so rich in culture and so rich in diversity related to ethnographies in other areas.
Thank you very much. Maybe let's now turn to some aspects of QS and move on about the aspects of internationalization. Can you please share the presentation? Okay. So yeah, as I said, some aspects about Move On and QS on the internationalization efforts and long-term institutional improvement. In our 30 years of global research, QS has determined that universities have improved in reputation and ranking through significant improvements in a range of key factors. There are several fundamental factors that contribute to long-term institutional sustainability, particularly when it comes to internationalization and faculty-to-student ratio. We can have a look at the following section, how the data has changed over the past years. Next slide, please. So QS has data on ranking inputs going back to 2012 and comparing 2020 results with 2012. The results were that 64% stayed within 100 places of their 2012 position, 28% fell 100 places or more, 8% improved 100 or more. And there are clearly some key drivers for internationalization, like percentage of international faculty, percentage of international students, and citation per faculty ratio. Next slide, please. So let's have a look at the decade of growth and internationalization for global universities. Maybe we can have a look at the Asia-Pacific region. There are some interesting numbers, such as international faculty grows from 47 to more than 100, and international students from 400 to over 1,000. Some aspects of adapting internationalization efforts during COVID. Student mobility and joint research are the most affected internationalization programs. Some of the institutions had to find new fundings since COVID started to continue the existing collaborations. One of the important things most institutions have ensured is that they're in active contact with the partners through online communication platforms. Institutions think this pandemic could push them to creatively use the online mechanism in the future. Some of the possible future benefits being portrayed are replacing paperwork with digital processes, including data exchange through networks, reducing the administrative burden for students and employees through digitalization, creating digital infrastructure to increase the scope of various programs, and improving technical solutions for student mobility. Most institutions think that internationalization would become more important post-COVID. Next slide, please. Building partnerships virtually. Many universities have strengthened their partnership with existing partners using various online meeting platforms. Universities have found that online meetings could be replacement for many of the travels that are sometimes time-consuming and expensive in a partnership. The future partnership engagements would see a combination of physical and virtual engagement between partners, and universities found lack of avenues to find potential partners in the absence of physical events like conferences. Some universities found lack of virtual platforms to find potential partners. Next slide, please. Shifting towards virtual mobility. So the institutions during 2020 have used virtual mobility as a quick gap arrangement to meet the academic needs. Even though virtual mobility was being used before COVID, it was just 2% of the overall student mobility. Obviously, it has increased drastically since the advent of COVID. According to UNESCO, there are 4 types of virtual mobility, which are academic, experimental, cultural, and emergency. The COVID-led increase in the virtual mobility are referred as emergency virtual mobility. Even though there are advantages with virtual mobility for students, teachers, and institutions, there are fears that student parents and employers may consider it as inferior compared to physical mobility. Virtual mobility has multiple challenges: organizational challenges, pedagogical challenges, and technological challenges. Quality assurance is important to ensure virtual mobility, that it's successful. The European Union's Handbook on Virtual Mobility is an example that can be used to ensure quality. Now we are moving on to some aspects of QS Move On as initiatives to support the virtual world. The first thing I would talk about is the Move On Hub, an internationalization platform. Move On Hub is a free platform that institutions can use worldwide to help further their internationalization efforts. Any international mobility office employee of an institution can register for free and be part of the hub, which would host similar users from other institutions worldwide. Some of the highlights of the platform are: institutions have access to higher education directory with around 7,000 and plus institution profiles listed in the directory. Each institution profile can contain, apart from the basic data, the institution performance data like rankings, reputation, international students, and faculty. Users would be able to find their potential partners for internationalization through profile search, and users can maintain the institution profile to attract potential partners. Institutions through the hub can get access to their own data exchange platform called Move On Lite for free. Move On Lite is a free tool that each registrant would get to manage their data exchange related to mobility processes with their worldwide partners. Any partner can register on Move On Hub and request for this free tool. Benefits of using Move On Lite are: an institution would get connected to a network of worldwide institutions, and they can get directly digitally connected with the partners worldwide. They can also ask their partners that do not have Move On Lite yet to register for Move On Lite. Capability highlights of the tools are: universities can do basic management of various types of partnerships with their partners. They can manage their student mobility and do mobility nominations with their partners digitally. And universities can extract reports associated with the partnerships and mobility. Let me introduce Move On shortly to you. Move On is a SaaS software which enables you or allows you to manage international partnerships, mobilities, including Erasmus without paper, data storage and reporting, funding management or scholarship management, and it allows or has interfaces and integration tools. Some aspects of how you can manage international partners and partnerships in MoveOn. You can record and track your partnerships by creating and managing partnerships agreements in a centralized, secured cloud solution. Record and update partner contacts and various activities associated with respective partnerships. You have a 360-degree view of global partnerships available at a click of a button, and automation and bulk actions to manage workflows. You can publish mobility partnerships for your students and reports for executive leadership. Also some aspects on how MoveOn allows you to manage mobilities. Student mobility applications for outgoing and incoming students, managing volumes of mobility applications easily and quickly, digitize mobility process with partners through Erasmus Without Paper and MoveOn networks. You can generate and manage students' mobility-related documents using a single-click actions, using templates. You can communicate to appropriate students using email templates with student data. You can record and manage grants, funding for mobility and other programs. You can manage and apply grants for mobility through payment rules and extract reports and publish it online. So thank you very much. I hope we could give you some interesting aspects on internationalization and some different means on how internationalization can be managed. Thank you very much again, Professor Shukla, for your words and also for the presentation from Professor Salvan. I think we can now pass on, and I wish you all a nice afternoon and have a nice conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Karin, Professor Divakar Shukla, and Professor Prashant Selvan for this interesting, valuable information about International Higher Education Hub. Our next presentation is titled Measuring Institutional Quality and Excellence Through QS IGAUGE. I now invite Mr. Sachin Kumar, Associate Director, Client Relations at QS IGAUGE, to initiate the presentation and introduce other presenter. Over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, Ashwini. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session, Measuring Institutional Quality Through QS IGAUGE Rating. I have with me Dr. Vivek at Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal. So first, I'll take you through the presentation of QS IGAUGE rating in next 20 minutes, and then I will request Dr. Khare to share their experience of being rated by QS IGAUGE rating, as Jagran Lake City University recently became the first university from Madhya Pradesh to get the prestigious diamond rating in QS IGAUGE rating. So let me just share my screen and I'll take you through the presentation of QS IGAUGE. Okay, so QS IGAUGE is actually India's first nationwide higher education rating system that we have in the country. We all, those who are part of QS as an organization, go by our broader mission, that is to enable motivated people around the world to fulfill their potential by fostering international mobility, educational achievement, and career development. So education students are at the center of every product or solution that QS is offering to academic institutions worldwide. Those who are not aware of the organization, we have been there for last 31 years. It was started in a very small office on the campus at Wharton School, and the first project was to publish top MBA career guide. And the organization was founded by Mr. Nunzio Quacquarelli, and where exactly the Q of QS comes from. Today we are present across the world. In India, we have our offices in Bangalore and Mumbai, and we publish highly respected and acclaimed world university rankings, and then lots of regional rankings. So we have regional rankings like rankings for Asia, rankings for Latin America, rankings for Arab region, and then we do the ratings of universities and colleges across the world. QS star rating is the flagship product of QS, and that we are doing for last 10 years, more than 10 years actually, and have thousands of institutions from across the world which have been rated by QS stars. And then we have QS iGauge rating, which is particularly curated for the Indian higher education segment. So QS iGauge rating is what we are going to focus upon in this particular presentation. There are some very obvious reasons as why do we actually need rating, as we are listening it since morning in various panel discussions and debates. Institutions are trying to benchmark themselves against international standards, and though we may have different views on that, but one thing is clear, that every institute, be it a college or a university, need to try to improve on all the aspects of it, be it related to the student, be it related to the faculty members, or the overall infrastructure, or even outlook and research related aspects. So that is where exactly QS iGauge comes into picture. We have a huge higher education system in India, more than 1,000 universities, more than 40,000 colleges. Lots of them are actually trying to achieve global benchmarks. And with the help of QS iGauge, we are bringing those international benchmarks into India, but with a flavor of customization. Because as we have understood that there is no one size fit all kind of a solution in this particular segment, so we have customized it to suit the requirement of Indian higher education system. It certainly helps in overall improved performance of the institute and bring a sense of accountability when it comes to quality assurance aspect. Uh, a basic difference between rankings and ratings, because lots of institutions, be it universities or colleges, are interested and they understand what rankings are, but when it comes to ratings, we still need to take them through about various aspects of it. So rankings, regardless of which ranking you are participating in, and I'll particularly refer to QS rankings. Rankings are relative per performance. So if you are participating in a particular category, so regardless of which country you are from, or what is your age, or how many students you have, you will be compared to every other university in that particular segment. And rankings always creates a hierarchical list. So at the end of it, if you are good enough, you will get to know what is your rank. It could be 1 2 3, or say 500, 600, 700, and so on. It changes every year because we publish rankings every year. It has limited indicators, as we understand that when we are trying to bring different education systems, different higher education systems from across the world on a single platform, we tend to have very limited indicators. Those indicators should be very generic in nature. We actually cannot do the customization of rankings to meet the requirements or different flavors of different higher education systems. So the parameters have to be generic enough so that every country, every higher education institute can adopt them, and that is exactly what we do in QS rankings. It certainly puts a lots of emphasis on research, and in fact lots of most of the parameters that we have are the culmination of the research and internationalization efforts of the university. Whereas ratings does a different job altogether. So here we can actually get into the details of each and every institute, each and every country, and that is what we have done in case of QS iGauge rating. Though we have taken the Q from QS stars rating and then QS rankings also, but still we have localized the parameters after understanding the Indian higher education system. The results of QS iGauge rating will be valid for a 2-year time period once you get your badges and once the audit process is complete. Indicators are definitely many more, and here you will not be compared with any other participating university, though at the end of it you will get to know whether you are getting a particular diamond badge or a gold badge or a platinum badge, but still your data is being analyzed on absolute basis. So we have certain parameters, we have a rating methodology, and then we will analyze your data against those parameters, not against on any other university or any other participating institute. And it certainly puts slightly lower emphasis on research, but definitely research is pretty important. And we have again done that keeping in mind the requirement of Indian higher education system, as We understand lots of them are trying to solve lots of other problems other than actually contributing to generating research. Why ratings? There are some very obvious reasons for that as well. The process can actually formalize all the areas of strength and weaknesses. I'll take you through the rating methodology as well in brief, and you will get to understand that if you go through the entire process, you will get to know from a management perspective what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. Once you get to know your strengths, you can certainly highlight them to the market. You can convey them with the help of lots of promotional materials to the prospective students, to the parents of the students, and to other academic institutions as well. And it will also give you lots of points to work upon, so you will get to know what are the lacunas at this point of time, what are the areas where you actually need to work upon in order to improve the overall performance of the institute. If the data is not streamlined already, it will help you in that particular aspect as well. And ratings are kind of supplementary to rankings. So rankings will tell you where exactly do you stand in terms of your rank in comparison to other universities, whereas ratings will not only tell you where do you stand, but they will also tell you that what all steps you need to take in order to further improve your rankings. So ratings can actually help you in understanding the rankings better and improving your overall performance as well, be it NIRF ranking or QS rankings for that matter. As I mentioned earlier, it's a strategic management tool, and the detailed audit certainly helps the institute management in understanding various functions and quality related aspects of the institute. It's a very comprehensive audit. It certainly prepares you for a future ready system for to promote excellence and quality in India. And it is a rating mechanism, as I mentioned, specifically developed for Indian higher education institutions. Both universities as well as colleges can take part in it, whereas you might be aware that QS rankings are specifically meant for self degree awarding institutions only. So colleges cannot take part in it, but ratings are open for both universities as well as for colleges. It was officially launched on 21st March 2018 by former late President Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. And since then, we have 100 plus universities and colleges which have either been rated or in the process of being rated by various solutions under QS IGAUGE brand. When we look at the rating methodology of QS IGAUGE, and I'm talking about the comprehensive rating of the institute. So we have 7 core criteria, that is teaching and learning, faculty quality, employability, diversity and accessibility, facilities, social responsibility, governance and structure. On the right hand side, you can see the respective points which are allocated to them. So we have 250 points for teaching and learning, 200 for faculty quality, employability is for 200, and then 150 and so on. In advanced criteria, there are 6 available options, and the institute has the authority to choose any 2 out of the 6 options if you are a college. If you are a university, then research is mandatory for you, and then you can select any one out of the remaining 5 advanced criteria which are available. So overall rating will be done on 9 different parameters, and overall 1400 points are there which you can attain, maximum number of points. To attain the highest possible platinum badge, you need to score 1260 points, which is 90%. To attain a diamond badge, you need to score 1050. To get a gold rating, you need to score 770 points, which is 500, which is 55%. And to get a silver rating, you need to score 40% points out of the available 1400 that we have. So you will get one badge for the overall performance of the institute, and you will get one badge each for each of the parameter as well. So you may get a particular badge, say in teaching and learning, you may get a diamond badge or platinum badge, whereas in some other parameter like faculty quality, you may get a gold or silver, and so on. You can get different badges in different parameters. So here exactly you will find out that which are the parameters where you have done exceedingly well, and which you can highlight in all of your promotional materials, marketing campaigns, etc. and then the badges where you may not score well, that is probably an area where you can identify the points on the basis of the audit report that we are going to share at the end of the audit, and you and the management can actually prepare a 2-year plan for the further improvement of various systems and processes. So it will help you in quantifying almost all the aspects of an institute. If you look at the parameters, they are designed keeping in mind the requirements of a particular higher education institute. It covers teaching and learning both from student side, parent side, faculty quality, again extremely important parameter. Employability, extremely important for the ingoing students and whenever they are graduating from the college or university. Diversity and accessibility, again a very important criteria, which helps in further benchmarking and improving the internal processes. Facilities, primarily the infrastructure of the institute. Social responsibility is about how well you are contributing to the community. And then governance and structure, which is extremely important for the governance point of view of the institute. Moving on, just to give you an idea, we have published the results of around 70 universities and colleges, which you can access on our website igauge.in, and these are the highest and lowest and average scores obtained by universities. Highest was 1265 and the lowest was 554, whereas average score was 895. These are the average, lowest, and highest scores of colleges, particularly. Some of the institutions for your reference which we have put, but for a detailed list I would request you to go to the website igauge.in, and you will be able to get into further details of it, whereas how well they have scored in a particular parameter, like say faculty quality or employability or teaching and learning. Other than QS iGauge rating, we and basis on the feedback from the various academic institutions, we have started offering our subject ratings as well. As of now, they are being offered in 17 subject areas, starting from agricultural sciences to architecture to education, engineering, design, law, nursing, medicine, etc. So this is basically to help you in understanding, and if you are a university, that how well a particular department or faculty of your institute is doing, because eventually the university is a sum total of all the departments that you may have. So to become an excellent institute overall, every department of yours has to improve upon, and that is something which we have tried to cover through subject wise ratings. These ratings will help you in further understanding this, that which particular faculty, which particular department of yours stands at which place, and what are the areas they need to improve upon. At the same time, if you are a college and if you are focusing on some specific categories only, say for example, if you are a pharmacy college, then you may still go for comprehensive QSI gauge rating, but on the other hand, you may choose to go for pharmacy subject rating as well, because that will cover the entire college of yours and will help you understanding it specifically from pharmacy subject perspective, will give you the insights in that particular aspect. So that is an option available. We have e-lead certification as well, that was started last year in the month of May, because lots of parents and students were basically concerned that whether the prospective institute has enough capabilities to continue with the academic activities during corona pandemic or not. And that is why we launched e-lead certification, that is also been adopted by close to 70 universities and colleges in the country, and they are using the certificate to again convey it to the market. And this particular certificate certainly adds lots of credibility to the claims of the education institute. Our very recent initiative is QS iGauge school ratings. So school again is a huge segment. We have 41,000 universities and colleges, but we have millions of schools in the country. So we have the quantity. Now quality as an aspect is something which we wanted to focus upon, and we have lots of rankings also in school segment, but there is no particular independent private and national system available which can tell you that these are the areas of improvement, these are your strengths, and these are your weaknesses for K-12 segment. So we are solving that particular challenge exactly, and since it was launched after the implementation of NEP 2020, after the introduction of NEP 2020 rather, it is aligned to NEP as well. It certainly helps in overall stakeholder improvement, increased brand presence. It can help the school in standing out from rest of the institutions because you are going to be associated with QS brand, and then it certainly helps in the continuous improvement of all the functions, all the processes of the school. It's a comprehensive. It's again like QS IGAUGE rating for universities and colleges. Very comprehensive rating that we have for schools. It certainly helps in preparing a future-ready system, and it does a very rigorous evaluation of your overall institute. Post-audit branding. So there are two primary reasons why institutes, be it college or university or a school, goes for QSI gauge rating. One, of course, it will highlight the areas of strength and weaknesses. It will give you insights into it will quantify all the processes of your institute so that it will give you lots of data points and you can further work upon and improve upon it. That is an extremely important aspect. But second, equally important aspect is you can use the badges in marketing, promotions, and branding. So there are certain examples which we have shown over here, but of course you can further innovate and you can further identify the areas in which you can use QSI gauge rating to, in your promotional efforts. So we keep participating in lots of events which happens across the country. We ourselves also keep conducting lots of higher education events where we invite the affiliated institutions either to present themselves or become part of the event. So time to time, earlier before corona pandemic, we were doing them in physical mode. Now most of the events are being done online. Probably in near future we'll again start the physical events as well. Of course, institutions use these badges in their press releases, in on their websites, or when it comes to other promotional related promotional material, be it the prospectus for admissions, etc. So along with the educational institutions, we also reach out to students. We try our best to participate in maximum number of student focused events as well, so that we can convey the ratings of our affiliated institutions to the prospective students and parents. So we keep conducting and participating in all of such events. We have done this rating for government institutions as well, though most of the QSI gauge rated institutions are from private segment, but we have done this rating for 7 of the state government universities of Andhra Pradesh. We have done it for other prominent institutions from private segment as well. So that's it from my side for now as far as QSI gauge ratings are concerned. But we are certainly available to you offline. Please feel free to reach out. We'll help you in further, understanding QSI gauge rating and getting into the details of it. I would now request Dr. Vivek Khare, the registrar of Jagaran Lake City University, to share their experience of being rated by QSI gauge. Over to you, Dr. Khare.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Sachin. And actually, Sachin has a very he's explained how you people can go for the rankings and the ratings and how useful it is for the universities. And our experience with QS in this when we have went for this rating and last year also for the that e-lead batch. So this is what for almost for 8-10 months back, we have started this process. Actually, I could say it is a very rigorous process of documentation and consultation, honestly speaking. But at the same time, after several rounds of the questionnaires and the surveys and the report submitting, document Jagran University in several categories, we have processed all the things. And when we say that the most of the parameter as a university, we always focuses, we always do all the things as a university. But unfortunately, in some cases, we are not properly documented. That is one of the reasons when the people are afraid of going for the ratings and other things. So when we have processed our documentation with QS, it was actually a rigorous process, and but it doesn't mean that it was unfriendly process. Honestly speaking, there are two ways. Rigorous in the terms of the all the quality process and the quality. QS has never compromised with any of the quality things, and I'm because I have done those things, so I know that they have never compromised. But at the same time, the analytical people analysis, the people who were doing the analysis of the data and the document, they were very friendly. They are supporting us and they are suggesting how to present the data, which is very very important. And Sachin, that is I should thank all the people at QS, because this is how the university can get a good ratings and the rankings in the future, because that is very important. Sometimes people are aware that they are doing so many things, but how to present those things in a systematic manner was very important. So the as a QS, these people have really helped us, and we were able to achieve a overall diamond badge. The most important category in teaching and learning, university has achieved a platinum badge, and which is actually focuses on the faculty student ratio as overall student satisfaction, contact hours per week, self study hours. And as a university, we were happy that we have got 233 points out of 250. So, and another important factor was employability. Employability is every university or a or a place of any higher education place. This is very important factor. In this, as this category focuses on employment rate, student alumni satisfaction, and extracurricular activities. Again, here also we have achieved platinum badge, and we scored 192 out of 200. And a third category in the entrepreneurship category, we again got a platinum badge and we got 100 out of 100. This criteria is focusing on a developing entrepreneur initiatives for our students and doing other activities which increases the entrepreneurial skill spirit within our students and the faculty members. This is one of the very important area which I feel, like people talk make in India, we are moving towards making India, other things. These are the things which will take it us to there on that side. Apart from that, the next category where university scored a diamond badge was the criteria for on the infrastructure, function provisions of and infrastructure. We got a diamond badge. Overall, we got a diamond badge, and I would suggest these type of ratings will certainly help us to create a good teaching, a good learning environment for the students. That is very important. It is not just a badge which we are carrying on our advertisement or we are promoting a promotional material. This is very important to understand how we are standing in with in comparison with the at the global level or other university outside India, or with the university how we will compete with the European universities or the universities in the US. This is very important to know where we are falling short. Of course, research is one of the very important area where the people are falling short, falling back. So I would suggest these type of ratings would always help us. And as a university, our experience with QS, as I already mentioned, it is rigorous. It is very, very important. But at the same time, it will help you to have a proper documentation and to showcase what exactly you people are doing at your university. Maybe at a teaching learning level, maybe at the employability level, or maybe at the entrepreneurship level. So this was our experience, and again we will move. As coming years or coming days, we will definitely go for the rankings also, as we will discuss that with the case people, because we are very much satisfied, and this is what how the people can understand the rating and the ranking systems at the global level. So from my end, I would only say this is the method. These are the things which will be help us definitely in the future also.
Sure. So once again, congratulations on your overall diamond rating, Dr. Khare, and being the first university in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh to do so. And I highly appreciate your kind words when it comes to the overall process of QS IGAUGE rating or audit.
And Sachin, it is not. I am saying all this thing because I am coming on the this. We are sharing the podium on the of QS. This is from our end that this is a very transparent process. Which I forgot to mention the particular thing, which is very transparent also. You people will aware ki what are the parameters you have to achieve, what are the parameters and how you will get the points on that. So it's a very transparent process, honestly speaking. So this help us to as I say, to prepare a proper documentation of those processes.
Yes, yes. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Khare, for taking out time from your schedule and joining us for this particular session. That's it from our side, Ashwini. Over to you now.
Dr. Vivek Kare and Mr. Sachin for a comprehensive presentation highlighting the process of various rating offered by QS IGAUGE. We have curated two very interesting master classes starting simultaneously at 2:30. The first on mental health and pandemic and the second on research agenda for 21st century. I request all the delegates and speakers to proceed to the lobby of the virtual platform and click on the blue banner on the left side that needs to click here to join workshop. Select the workshop you wish to join and it will further direct to your Microsoft Teams meeting. Before we disperse to join the masterclass, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to QSI Gauge, Jargon Lake City University, and Oriental University for coming together for today's event and making it a success. I also thank our all speakers, presenter for sharing their valuable insights with us. A very sincere vote of thanks to all our audience members for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.